All right, good morning. Good morning. Welcome to another workshop in the 2022 Scoping Plan Update series. My name is Maureen Hand, and I work in the Industrial Strategies Division at CARB. Today, we will share initial modeling results and seek stakeholder feedback. As a reminder, the workshop is being recorded, and we will post the recording on the Scoping Plan Meetings and Workshops webpage. Next slide. The agenda for today's workshop is posted on the Scoping Plan webpage. We will begin the day with an overview of the pathways modeling conducted by Energy and Environmental Economics, better known as E3. This work explores ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from mobile and stationary sources that are reflected in the AB32 greenhouse gas emission inventory. Next, my CARB colleagues will share initial results from modeling conducted to explore carbon emission and sequestration potential for our natural and working lands. We will take a short break at noon, and the day will conclude with a presentation of research at the University of California, Santa Barbara about developing an index to assess the vulnerability of California's population to impacts of climate change. Next slide. Our objectives for today's workshop are twofold. First, we want to share initial modeling results from both of these efforts that have been underway since the scoping plan kicked off in June. And second, we want to obtain feedback from stakeholders. We have public comment periods built into the agenda today, but we are also accepting written comments through April 4th. Links to the scenario assumptions and to the written comment docket are included on this slide for your reference. Next slide. Many of you may be familiar with the scenarios we are presenting today due to prior workshops. We have received many written comments on both modeling efforts from EJ organizations, industry representatives, individuals, topical experts, and other affected stakeholders. We received written comments from the EJ Advisory Committee for the AB32 source scenarios, and we have explained how these comments were incorporated in the scenario input. In addition, conversations with the EJ Advisory Committee Working Group for Natural and Working Lands informed those scenarios. Next slide. The number of audience members at virtual scoping plan workshops has ranged from 400 to 800. It's presented a challenge for maximizing the number of stakeholders that are able to provide oral comments. To address these concerns, we want to be transparent on how we will be managing public comments during workshops. There will be dedicated time for EJ Advisory Committee members to comment after each presentation concludes, followed by time for public comments. And during the public comment period, we will remind commenters to unmute themselves to speak. CARB staff will announce how many hands are raised. We recommend that EJ Advisory Committee members use the time after the presentations rather than waiting until the general comment period, whereby they will be called on in the order that virtual hands are raised. Next slide. Following each presentation, EJ Advisory Committee members will be invited to provide comments and ask questions, and then we will invite the other attendees. To ask a question or make a comment, please use the raise hand feature in the GoToWebinar toolbar, which should be located to the right of your screen as shown. When staff calls your name, please unmute yourself by clicking the red button and proceed to introduce yourself. The red arrow at the top of the toolbar will expand the control panel for additional options. Next slide. California's climate policy framework starts with greenhouse gas emission targets and goals that are ultimately realized in individual facilities, businesses, and homes. The scoping plan is one element within this framework. Direction on scoping plan goals and objectives are informed by statutes and executive orders. Each scoping plan is a high-level actionable plan that spans across all sectors. After each scoping plan is adopted, CARB and other state agencies start the process of reviewing and updating related programs or developing new programs to align with any outcomes identified in the scoping plan. Once regulations and programs are in effect, there is additional time for projects to be constructed or for equipment turnover or for retrofits to occur. Therefore, the emissions reductions from these actions take time to show up in the AB32 inventory. Next slide. So what is the scoping plan and how does it help us achieve our goals? The scoping plan is required by statute and is an actionable plan that lays out a cost-effective and technologically feasible path to ensure we meet the statewide greenhouse gas reduction targets. Each scoping plan relies on a suite of policies to achieve the broad mandates that guide development of the plan. Implementing the outcomes identified in the scoping plan requires a combination of incentives, regulations, and carbon pricing, many of which are mandated or authorized via statute and that focus on direct emissions sources in the state, with the exception of imported electricity. AB 32 requires that CARB update the scoping plan at least once every 5 years. This is our fourth scoping plan update, and all previous plans leverage traditional air quality programs to provide both greenhouse gas and air pollution emissions reductions. We are required to minimize leakage, which is the situation where production of goods and jobs leaves the state, giving the appearance that we've reduced emissions, but in reality resulting in merely shifting emissions outside of the California border. When production leaves the state, not only does it shift emissions outside of California's borders, but it can also result in a loss of jobs and economic activity in the state. Finally, AB 32 requires that policies in the plan are cost-effective with flexible compliance options and directs CARB to facilitate subnational and national collaboration. Climate change is a global issue, and without action from like-minded partners, we will still face the impacts of climate change. Our goal has always been to develop scalable and exportable programs that other jurisdictions can implement and use to reduce emissions within their borders. That is one of our biggest contributions to addressing this global threat. Next slide. The 2022 scoping plan will lay out a path to achieve carbon neutrality no later than 2045. Carbon neutrality is achieved when emission sources equal sinks. Up until now, every scoping plan has focused on reducing emissions from fossil energy and industrial-focused sources defined in the AB 32 inventory. As we shift to the framework of carbon neutrality, we have expanded the scope to include all sources, which means the emissions from the natural and working lands and all sinks. The circle shown on the left represents California's greenhouse gas emissions from AB 32 inventory sources, which we continue to ratchet down through air quality policies and programs with GHG co-benefits. Carbon capture and sequestration can also be applied to large emitters of carbon dioxide to mitigate emissions. Today, you will hear about the modeling we conducted exploring alternatives to transition these AB 32 inventory sources away from fossil fuels to zero or low GHG alternatives. Natural and working lands can be a net carbon source or sink, as indicated by the plus and minus sign by the middle circle. The state's separate natural and working lands inventory allows us to track the GHG emissions and sequestration on natural and working lands over time. We have modeled various scenarios of land management strategies and will present alternatives that explore the expected carbon emissions and sequestration outcomes from our natural and working lands. Beyond nature-based solutions, there are technological carbon dioxide removal options, such as direct air capture of CO2, coupled with permanent underground storage of CO2 that can remove emissions from the ambient air. Now that we have a sense of GHG emission mitigation from our sources and the potential role of our natural and working lands, we can begin to think about how to compensate for any remaining emissions in order to reach carbon neutrality. Next slide. We are conducting a number of analyses to evaluate the alternative scenarios you'll hear about today. Now that we have alternative scenarios that illustrate how we might use energy in the future, we can begin to evaluate the impacts of achieving that transition away from fossil fuels. The characteristics in each of these alternatives will result in different health and economic outcomes. We are beginning similar evaluations of the land management strategy scenarios as well. We will explore costs of policies, the social cost of carbon, and estimated air quality benefits as required by AB 197. In addition, we will evaluate public health, economic, and environmental aspects. It's important to acknowledge that regardless of the efforts we make to reduce additional greenhouse gas emissions going forward, our climate will continue to change as a result of emissions in the past. And these changes will have health and economic impacts on Californians. This afternoon, you'll hear about work to quantify significant climate impacts affecting Californians today and impacts that are likely to affect California in the future. Researchers are developing a climate vulnerability metric that will help us assess the consequences of climate change at the community level. Next slide. Here are some of the activities coming up in the next weeks and months. Next week, we will provide an informational update to the board sharing these modeling results. In April, we will have a public workshop on the public health and economic modeling results. We are also planning a transportation sector focused workshop. In May, we plan to release the draft scoping plan for public comment. And in June, we will present the draft scoping plan to the board. The board may provide direction to CARB staff to modify any of the scenarios to inform the final scoping plan. The EJ Advisory Committee has been meeting bi-monthly and will continue to do so. The committee met with the board on March 10th, and their draft recommendations for the scoping plan, which we are reviewing, are posted on the board webpage. So based on board direction, additional workshops, EJ Advisory Committee meetings, and public input, updated modeling will be conducted this summer in preparation for assembling the final proposed scoping plan. Okay, so next slide, please. I am pleased to introduce the E3 team that has been assimilating all the individual input assumptions into the scenarios or the alternatives that illustrate a transition away from fossil fuels for California. Jesse Knapstein, Gabe Montaigne, and Vivan Malkani are all present today. And Jesse, please get us started.
Thanks, Maureen. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you for that fantastic introduction. So as Maureen mentioned, I am Jesse Knapstein, a managing consultant here at Energy and Environmental Economics, which some of you may know as E3. And today I'm going to give you an overview of the initial results from E3's pathways model on the alternative pathways being considered for the scoping plan. And we're specifically focusing on energy and emissions this morning. And I would like to give a huge thank you to the team. Gabe and Vivan, as Maureen mentioned, have made a Herculean effort to put these together, and the entire CARB team as well, Maureen, Jordan, Rajinder, and Stephanie for all of their inputs and help along the way. They have been vital to the process. And you can go to the next slide, please. So this is just a brief overview of the modeling process for the 2022 scoping plan to give us a little bit of context for today. This graphic does not include several of the complementary models that Maureen also mentioned. So this isn't the entire process, just kind of the core one that we are participating in. So we're specifically here to talk about the California Pathways model, which is the first step in this process, all the way on the left-hand side there. This is an E3 developed model, which is economy-wide, and it represents energy supply and demand and calculates the resulting greenhouse gas emissions. So one way to think about it is just an energy accounting tool that counts all of the energy supply and energy use and estimates the greenhouse gases from those. And our outputs will be feeding into some UC Irvine and Rhodium group analysis to better understand air quality and health impacts as well as economic impacts. But today, just to clarify, we will only be focusing on the pathways model. Next slide. So a bit about the pathways model before we dive in. It is a representation of economy-wide energy demand and supply and calculates economy-wide greenhouse gas emissions, as I mentioned. It is not an optimization model, but instead an accounting of a range of user-defined scenarios with inputs driven by users. So in this case, that would be CARB and the stakeholders that we've heard from along the way. And this little graphic representation is trying to show you kind of how the model works and is structured. So starting in the upper left-hand side there, if we take an example of number of EVs that we're trying to target for sale in each year, you can see that that would require a specific change in gas consumption and electricity demand. And the sale of those vehicles goes into our stock rollover model, which then measures technology turnover and includes assumptions of things like technology life, and in turn when it will need to be replaced. And that input assumption feeds into different types of cars that will be on the road and when, and gives us a representation of final energy demand for the entire transportation sector. The model also captures interactions, which is represented here in the bottom left-hand corner. So you can see that the amount of electricity demand and gas demand coming from our transportation sector, if we're staying with the same example, will feed into our electricity module, and we will build an understanding of what electricity demand needs to be met and through which fuels. And obviously there are interactions there that result in different emissions depending on what the breakdown of the electric grid looks like at any given time. And we also track cost and stock rollover over time. Today we will not be focused on cost. That will be presented in April. So I just wanted to clarify there. And we also have we are showing an annual treatment of all of the outputs today, but we also have an hourly treatment of the electric sector, which we'll be going over. Next slide. Great, so for this executive summary, I just want to introduce a brief description of the cases and some key metrics associated with them. You should keep in mind that each of the pathways we will be presenting to you today are economy-wide and therefore have very detailed inputs and assumptions. As Maureen mentioned, there is an entire documentation of all the inputs and assumptions associated with these cases that's available on the CARB website, and also as linked in Maureen's presentation, it looked like. So that's for the September 30th workshop, if you'd like to pull that up and walk along with us. Next slide. Great, so the scenario descriptions that we'll be talking about today, we have 4 scoping plan alternatives that we have analyzed. Alternatives 1 and 2 have a carbon neutrality target of 2035, and alternatives 3 and 4 have a carbon neutrality target of 2045. And I would ask that if you're following along that you can try to internalize the slide a little bit. These alternatives will come up throughout the rest of the presentation. So good to build an understanding of what we're looking at now. So for alternatives 1 and 3, which have the 2035 target for 1 and 3 has the 2045 target, each of those has a slightly more aggressive ambition towards emerging technologies, fossil fuel alternatives, and adoption trends than their counterparts, which are 2 and 4. And 2 and 4 tend to rely more on existing technologies and require higher rates of engineered carbon removal to meet the targets in those years. We've also modeled a reference business as usual case, which aligns with current trends and policies and assumes that no further policy intervention takes place. Next slide. Great, so this is just a number of key metrics from the cases just to show the level of ambition that we're talking about here. This is not meant to say that these measures are not accomplishable, but just put them into some context so we can better understand what's going to be required to achieve these targets. So starting with alternative 1 there, we can see all the alternatives across the top. And starting with annual build rates, you can see that California's historical annual maximum builds over the last 10 years for solar are 2.7 gigawatts, and for batteries are less than 1 gigawatt. And then you can see for each of the alternatives how much on average would be required in annual build rates to accomplish the goals of the cases. And we'll go into further detail on those on further slides. But you can see that there is a pretty massive increase in build required in each of them, with alternative 1 being the highest and alternative 4 being the lowest. So moving on to the vehicle early retirements, you can see that for alternatives 1 and alternatives 2, there are goals in those cases that require early retirement of vehicles. So you can see, starting with alternative 1, for light duty vehicles, there's a requirement that we retire 16 million vehicles, and medium and heavy duty vehicles 1.4 million. Those vehicles have a varying age range of between 5 and 16 years old, with a preference towards older vehicles, although younger vehicles are required to be retired as we come up on the goals. And for alternative 2, the medium and heavy duty vehicles have 0.6 million vehicles, or 600,000 vehicles aged 10 to 20 years old, so slightly older and less vehicles required to meet the targets in that scenario. And as a point of comparison here, you can see that the only program that I was aware of that tried for early retirement in mass is the US-wide Cash for Clunkers program, which, as we all know, was mainly an economic stimulus program, but that program cost around $3 billion and took around 700,000 vehicles off the road. So interesting comparison there. Retirements were also required in the residential sector to electrify buildings by 2045, and these retirements represent around 7 million homes early retiring gas appliances aged 5 to 16 years old. So moving on to the hydrogen demand, we're showing two metrics here. One is a percentage of annual hydrogen demand in the case compared to the entire US demand today. And one is a back of the envelope calculation of the amount of solar that you might need to power the electrolysis to produce that hydrogen. So you can see a point comparison there for the total installed capacity in California of 83 gigawatts compared to the solar need that you would need for each of those cases for electrolysis. You can see that this electrolysis load would represent a very large increase in load and actually does not include the electrolysis that you would need or the hydrogen demand for the electric sector. And we will go over the electric sector results separately, and you'll see that there's quite a large demand there. So if we were including those for something like alternative one, that would around triple the hydrogen demand for that case. Although there isn't a lot of hydrogen demand in the electric sector for the other cases, so those would remain as is. And then the next metric here is just petroleum refining remaining. That metric is included to show the pace at which we would need to transition away from petroleum and what remains in the state in 2035 and 2045 on a percentage basis based on today. Next, we can see the total CCS needs. For industrial and refining, some CCS was included in the cases to decarbonize those hard to decarbonize sectors. So you can see the total required for each of the cases here, with a very minimal amount being utilized in alternative one, and increasing amounts being used as we walk down the cases. And then the next and last here is residual emissions. So these are the amount of emissions left in both 2035 and 2045 that need to be drawn down in order to meet our carbon neutrality targets in those years. So reminder that alternatives 1 and 2 have a 2035 carbon neutrality target, and so they have a substantial residual emissions amount in 2035, whereas alternatives 3 and 4 have a carbon neutrality 2045 target. So you can see the amounts of residual emissions associated with those that would require engineered carbon removal. And as a point of comparison here, we can see that our current global direct air capture is less than 1 metric ton per year. So this would represent a very large scale phase change in that style of carbon capture and sequestration. We can go to the next slide. Great. So I'm just going to transition to a discussion of our emissions in each case. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. This slide is showing each alternative's direct emissions, which includes CCS but does not include CDR. So as you can see, each alternative reaches our 2030 target to reduce emissions 40% below 1990 levels by 2030, and every case except alternative 4 meets the 80% below 1990 target by 2050. You can also see that each case will require CDR. So as we mentioned on the last slide, we will require a carbon dioxide removal for each of these cases to reach 2035 and 2045 carbon neutrality targets. And this slide just shows a visual representation of the gap between alternatives 1 and 2 in 2035 and alternatives 3 and 4 in 2045. Next slide. Great, so this slide shows similar information, but breaks it down by the CARB greenhouse gas inventory sectors and specifically highlights 2035 and 2045. Overall, this slide is showing vast reductions compared to 2020, as you can see. And as you can see, ag and other is for methane and fugitive emissions are a large source of remaining emissions in each of these alternatives explored. That's the dark kind of yellow color at the bottom there. And other persistent emissions from hard to decarbonize sectors include industrial and high global warming potential, which you can see are pretty persistent throughout the cases. Electricity and transportation emissions are also persistent in the cases, all except alternative 1. Alternative 1 focuses a lot on non-combustion and emerging technology alternatives, so they're able to achieve, that case is able to achieve reductions in those sectors where the others are not. And you can see here underneath the x-axis there, the carbon dioxide removal amounts that would be required again in each case to meet the carbon neutrality targets. Next slide. Great, transitioning to oil and gas extraction. So you can see here on the left-hand side, oil and gas extraction emissions, and on the right-hand side, petroleum refining emissions. You'll notice for petroleum refining emissions that we are showing that both with and without CCS. This is one of the subsectors that required CCS to meet our targets. And so the dotted lines there are without CCS and the solid lines are with CCS. So starting with oil and gas extraction assumptions for alternatives 2, 3, and 4, that is tracking demand for petroleum. So you'll see a lot of transportation measures that we'll be talking about a little bit later. The demand for petroleum is falling pretty quickly over time, and oil and gas extraction is tracking in line with that. Alternatives 1 actually ramps down linearly, and there is a forced phase out in 2035, which is in line with the transportation targets. And alternative 3 phases oil and gas extraction out fully in 2045. For petroleum and refining emissions, again, alternatives track petroleum demand for 2, 3, and 4, and apply CCS on all major operations by 2030. So there's a ramp up of the CCS, and it is accomplished in 2030 on all major operations. Next slide. Great, transitioning to non-energy emissions. So overall, you can see here that there are ambitious reductions in these hard to decarbonize sectors compared to 2020. Over each of these bars, you'll see some primary measure assumptions assumed for each alternative, just to highlight the assumptions that we made in each case. And this will show up again in other sectors as well that we go through. So you can see that each alternative has differing levels of ambition towards anaerobic digesters, manure management, enteric strategies, waste diversion, and oil and gas reductions. Some notable callouts here of unique measures are the oil and gas phase out in 2035 that we just mentioned in alternative 1, and the herd reductions employed in alternatives 1 and 2. You'll also notice that in each case, there are low global warming potential refrigerants being deployed for each alternative in 2035. And then carrying on to 2045, we see additional demand reductions, or additional reductions rather, in line with demand. Next slide. Great, so now we're going to transition to energy demand as opposed to emissions. You can go to the next slide. Starting with our building energy demand, overall here, again, you can see that there's a huge transition away from natural gas and towards electricity. Again, you can see our key measure assumptions over each bar here for each alternative, which reflects that electrification overall. Alternative 1 has the most ambitious goal of a gas grid retirement in 2035, which sets it apart from alternatives 2, 3, and 4. And alternatives 2, 3, and 4 have slightly different electrification targets, different levels of ambition, as you can see here, that are set for both existing and new construction, and they slightly reduce between each case. And this line at the very top of the slide here just shows that each case, oh, Maureen, I think you're not muted. Each case is including an energy efficiency target in line with the CEC's IPER mid-high demand scenario. So we can go to the next slide. Great, moving on to transportation energy demand. So again, overall, we see a massive shift away from liquid petroleum fuels, which are in the burnt orange or brown there, especially in 2045. You can see that transition really starting to take place. So this is showing total transportation. So on-road transportation, as well as aviation, rail, hovercraft, and ocean-going vessels. There were aggressive measures in a lot of those off-road transportation sectors as well that are not being shown. For example, there's a shift in aviation to electric and hydrogen, electric for short haul and hydrogen for long haul flights for 25% of the overall demand, and then a sustainable aviation fuel requirement for the rest of the flights. We're highlighting here some on-road measures above each of the bars here. So you can see that each case employs different levels of vehicle miles traveled, that's VMT, reductions which support a lot of energy demand reductions, especially in the early years before we see the ZEV population really making penetrations, high penetrations. And ZEVs are defined here as zero emission vehicles, which include battery electric vehicles, hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, and in some cases, plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, excuse me. Plug-in hybrid electric vehicles are not included in alternative 1, and you can see that they are phased out in certain cases. It's the last line there on alternative 2. Take note of that. So similar to the building sector, each alternative has varying degrees of ambition towards these ZEV targets for light duty vehicles and the medium and heavy duty vehicles, with the notable standout again for alternative 1 being that there is an all zero emission vehicles target in 2035. So all zero emission vehicles on the road, and that is what is necessitating that early retirement that we talked about a few slides ago. And alternative 2, there is an all medium and heavy duty zero emission vehicle requirement in 2045, as you can see. And that again is requiring early retirements and necessitating early retirements. You can go to the next slide. Great, moving on to industrial and ag energy demand. So declines in these subsectors don't look quite as pronounced as the last few slides we've been through, but these are extremely difficult to decarbonize sectors. And we do make huge change over time, especially as we're comparing 2020 to 2045. Starting at the very top here, you can see that we assume an energy efficiency target of around 6% for both industry and ag energy demand, which is in line with our 2017 scoping plan assumptions. And for alternative 1, we have an aggressive measure packet, which includes a full electrification of the industrial and ag sectors, excluding cement, and then CCS on 100% of cement by 2035. Alternatives 2, 3, and 4 have varying electrification targets, as you can see, that are also quite ambitious. Those cases also start to rely on hydrogen and put CCS on cement in varying degrees. You can go to the next slide. Great, so we're transitioning now to fuel and stock transition. So this will be showing the changes that we need to see over time in order to meet these targets and give us some idea of the adoption that we're aiming for. Next slide. Great, so this is showing energy demand by fuel, so final energy demand, that is. For 2020 to 2050 for each scenario that we're looking at. So we have business as usual, which is our reference case. So no additional interventions beyond the policies on the books today. And then marching to the right, we see alternative 1, 2, 3, and 4. So, and overall, it should be noted that the biofuels are categorized into kind of their parent fuels categories. So except our green hydrogen, which is standalone. But generally natural gas is in, or renewable natural gas is in natural gas, sustainable aviation fuel is in kerosene, and renewable diesel is in diesel here. And we'll see those breakouts of our low carbon fuels in a few slides. So as we can see, there are vast transitions away from fossil fuels that are needed in each of these alternatives, with the most aggressive being alternative 1. Again, and that is occurring because of those 100% phase outs that we just discussed in the buildings and transportation sector. So each of these fuels ramps down either in line, ramps up or down rather in line with the targets that we just discussed for electrification. And I do want to focus here a little bit on hydrogen, given that it is utilized heavily in each of the cases, and just show that hydrogen, that several subsectors and sectors are relying on hydrogen in each of these cases to meet our goals. So you can see here for alternative 1, we have 25% of aviation in 2035 that's relying on hydrogen, and 10% ocean-going vessels in 2035. And we also are starting to deploy hydrogen fuel cell trucks in 2030 and using hydrogen in line haul and passenger rail in 2030. And there's similar assumptions in the alternatives 2 through 4 as well, with the notable exception that in cases 2 through 4, there's also a 7% pipeline blend by 2040 of hydrogen. So that allows it to be used in buildings and industry that are relying on the pipelines. Go to the next slide. Great. So this is just showing our fuels combusted. So this is final energy demand once again. So this looks very similar to the last slide, but breaks out our low carbon fuels here and shows the evolution specifically for 2035 and 2045. So you can see highlighted here in the gray some of these targets. We did have carbon intensity targets along the lines of the LCFS program, the Low Carbon Fuel Standards program, but accelerated in some cases for each alternative. And as you can see, alternative one focuses on those non-combustion alternatives and uses hydrogen here to power the hydrogen fuel cells. And the other here is made up of mostly refinery and process gas with a little bit of coal. We can go to the next slide. Great, so for our light duty vehicle stocks, we can see here the transition that would be required to meet our aggressive light duty vehicle adoption assumptions. So you can see the trajectories vary in their pace of adoption and how each of them stack up to the executive orders that we have on the books today. So you can see here that for the executive orders, all of the alternatives are meeting those orders except alternative 4 for the 100% sales by 2035 executive order. And you can again see here the aggressive ramp up in zero emission vehicles that would be required in alternative 1 to meet that all zero emission vehicles target by 2035. Next slide. Great, so this is a similar slide. So you can see light duty vehicles there across the top, similar to that graphic that we just looked at. And this is also including the transitions for medium duty vehicles and heavy duty vehicles. So we're showing all of the subsectors here. So you can see that for each alternative, the transformation is vast compared to the business as usual. The business as usual is almost 100% internal combustion engines for medium duty and heavy duty. And you can see the transitions to battery electric, plug-in hybrid, hydrogen fuel cell over time here as we institute those electrification and decarbonization targets. So you can also see here the representation of the early retirements in alternative 1. As mentioned, alternative 1 would require very large scale early retirements of internal combustion vehicles to achieve that 2035 target. And you can see the drop off here in alternative 1 for light duty vehicles, as well as medium duty and heavy duty. And remember, there's also a all zero emission vehicles by 2045 target in alternative 2 for medium and heavy duty vehicles. And you can see that drop off as well around 2045 for those. And that does necessitate a little bit of early retirement in those cases. We can go to the next slide. Great, so similarly, this is showing the building sector adoption transitions. So once again, we have each alternative here shown in reference to the business as usual, and you can see that there's a huge change in each alternative compared to the business as usual for both residential and commercial. You can see the aggressive requirement in alternative 1 to phase out all gas and retire the gas grid in 2035. And I've highlighted here just the percentage of gas remaining in 2030 and 2035 to show how that transition would need to occur for alternative 1 and then as comparison for alternative 3. So you can see that alternative 1 has a really aggressive ramp down, whereas alternatives 2 through 4 are slightly aggressive but get to very low levels by the 2045 timeframe. Great, you can show the next slide. All right, so now we're going to transition to the electric sector. So it should be noted that there was a separate model that was used to model the electric sector. It was E3's Resolve Capacity Expansion model, which is an optimization model, so it does optimize for cost. This model, some of you may know, is also used in the CPUC IRP process as well as the CEC SB100 study. Next slide. Great, so this is just a summary overview slide that shows each of the cases explored and the emissions associated with each of those cases and the reference case here. So our reference case is in blue there, and you can see it kind of peak out, especially beyond 2040, and it stays constant at the currently mandated 38 million metric tons. Alternative 1 is in the dark yellow there, and that dives down to the 2035 down to 0. There was a 0 million metric ton target for that case, so in line with that target. Alternatives 2, 3, and 4 all have an SB100 target in 2045. that they are trying to meet, as well as interim targets in 2030. So in 2030, alternative 2 has a 30 million metric ton target, while alternatives 3 and 4 have a 38 million metric ton target, in line with the currently mandated million metric ton emissions target. So you can see how each of these plays out over time here. The alternatives 2 through 3 hover around 30 million metric tons there out through 2050 to meet that SB100 goal. Next slide. Great, so this is just showing loads by scenario, and this is meant to exhibit just the vast increase in loads that we would have in each case. Obviously, these are a direct result of the electrification in the building and transportation sectors that we just went through. And you can see in 2035 that this would represent between a 30 and 80% growth, and in 2045, a 60 to 90% growth in load. And it's important to note here that both direct air capture and hydrogen are assumed to be produced off-grid in this case. And if those were included, it would very much dwarf a lot of these numbers. Those would require huge amounts of power to power the direct air capture or the electrolysis for hydrogen. And with that, you can go to the next slide. Great, so this slide and the next are showing cumulative new resource capacity built. In this slide, 2035, and the next slide we will show 2045. So this is in addition to what California already has currently installed, around 84 gigawatts on the grid. And so these are just new builds to meet the requirements of each case. So you'll notice here that alternative 1 has much higher builds to accommodate those higher loads that we saw in the previous slide and are necessitated by our electrification targets. Alternative 1 also builds around 7 gigawatt, or I'm sorry, also has around 7 gigawatts of gas retirements, economic gas retirements, but also builds around 6 gigawatts of new gas specifically for capacity. So that gas is held in reserve and is actually not dispatched in the case. It's just held there for resource adequacy concerns. Alternative 1 is also building additional firm resources in the way of battery storage. So we see around 56 gigawatts of battery storage build and around 26 gigawatts of hydrogen fuel cells being built. And alternative 2, you'll notice, also has a higher build in 2035 associated with the higher electrification targets that we went through. Next slide. Great, so now moving on to 2045. So again, this is cumulative new resource capacity. So this is on top of, includes and is on top of what we just discussed in the last slide. So we can see that increasing out to 2045, there's a pretty vast increase in the amount of load that is required to meet the additional electrification policies, as well as just increasing load over time due to population and new buildings. So you can see alternative 1 builds a bit more battery storage and hydrogen fuel cells to accommodate that. And we can also see a large solar build in alternative 1 of 124 gigawatts compared to the other cases. And there was around 26 gigawatts for reference in the business as usual case for 2045. So we can see that's about a 5-fold increase there in solar build required to meet the needs of that case. And alternatives 2 through 4 are pretty similar. Again, they're all reaching that SB100 goal in 2045. So you can see the builds compared there. And alternative 3, we can see around 90 gigawatts of solar being built and around 40 gigawatts of batteries. And again, that case relies on gas a bit. So we have around 10 gigawatts of new gas built in that case on top of what was already on the system, which is about 40 gigawatts. And the capacity factor for that gas is around 28%, so it is being utilized to meet the needs of the grid. And with that, I think we have concluded our presentation. I'm happy to take questions. Thank you so much, everybody. Go to the next slide.
Thank you, Jesse.
Yeah.
We appreciate that. And Alex, if you would go on to the next slide, we can begin our public participation part of the workshop. So first, we are going to ask the EJ Advisory Committee members to provide comments and ask questions. After about 15 minutes, then we will invite the other attendees. Just as a reminder, to ask a question or make a comment, please use the raise hand function in the GoToWebinar toolbar, which should be located to the right of your screen as shown. And when staff calls your name, please unmute yourself by clicking the red button and proceed to introduce yourself. The red arrow at the top of the toolbar will expand the control panel for additional options. So now I will ask my colleague Trish Johnson if you can help facilitate with the EJ Advisory Committee members. Trish, do any of the committee members have their hands raised with questions?
Hi, Maureen. This is Trish. I do see one proxy with their hand raised, so I'm going to enable Gurjeet to unmute yourself and be able to start your comment.
Hi, my name is Gurjeet Singh. I am a proxy for Ami Raval from Asian Pacific Environmental Network on the EJAC. I had a question regarding slide 10, where it talks about petroleum refining emissions with application of CCS with a 90% capture rate. And the question is, what does the 90% refer to? Is that on the total emissions of a refinery or of the CCS technology on its hydrogen unit? And I have a follow-up as well.
That's a great question. So the it's on the CCS technology itself. So there's a target for deploying CCS on all primary operations in the petroleum refining. So that's one target. And then the CCS technology itself, once applied, only captures 90% of emissions that are run through it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and the follow-up question is, which capture device was the technology assumption for? And I'm sorry if you mentioned that already.
I don't think so. We didn't make a specific assumption. There are cost assumptions associated with CCS technologies. Are you asking like what specific technology we assumed for CCS?
Yeah, just because because of the different kinds of CCS.
Yeah, so we used kind of a generic average 90%. So we didn't call out, a specific brand or anything like that. We just used technology averages for the specific technology characteristics that were required of the case.
Okay, and
Yeah.
I guess another way is to ask this question, does it capture combustion emissions?
Yes, 90% of them.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Hi, Maureen. This is Trish. I do not see any additional hands from Environmental Justice Advisory Committee members.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. Okay, so now we can begin with the public commenters, and and my colleague Jordan Ramalingam is going to manage that. So go ahead, Jordan.
All right, thank you, Maureen. Katie Hall, you're the first one with your hands raised, so I will activate your microphone. You can unmute and begin. Katie, you'll have to unmute on your end to start your comment.
I raised my hand on accident. I'm so sorry.
All right, no worries. Let's move on to Brian Biering. Brian, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. This is Brian Biering. I'm with Ellison Schneider, and I'm here this morning on behalf of the American Clean Power Association of California. ACP represents utility scale solar, wind, offshore wind developers, and transmission developers in California and throughout the country. First off, just want to thank you for posting all this ahead of time and all the work that has clearly gone into pretty substantial modeling efforts. And when this is happening in the proceeding, got a lot of time before the board is going to be looking at the scoping plan in Q4. So appreciate the timing of the release and all the hard work that went into this modeling. My question relates on, I have two questions. The first is on the target itself for the electricity sector. And I thought I saw 38 million metric tons, and I wanted to confirm that that was for California as a whole. So that would include both the publicly owned utilities and the investor-owned utilities.
Yes.
Okay. And so what does that translate to what the target would be for what the CPUC would be planning for the investor-owned utilities?
The KISO is about 5/8, I think, of California. So you do the math there. Maybe one of my colleagues knows it offhand.
So
About
5/8 of 38 would be the KISO load, and that would be what, in theory, the Air Resources Board would be communicating to the CPUC for the next IRP cycle. Does that sound right?
Yeah,
I
can
will
actually jump in.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify here. Yeah, so the number that they use is actually 82%. And the CPUC IRP actually uses statewide targets too. So anytime you hear a GHG target being talked about here or in the IRP, it's always statewide.
Yeah, that's a good point, Kim. Yeah.
Okay, so 82% of 38 million metric tons covers PG&E, Edison, San Diego Gas and Electric, and the other small investor-owned utilities and CCAs.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
it should be clear also that the SB100 target applies to those POUs and non-KISO entities. And I think Rajender has jumped in here to give us some color on the conversation about CARB passing to the CPUC.
Yeah, thanks, Brian, for that question. So in SB 350, we are designated to help set the electricity sector and individual LSE targets for IRP. That language is through 2030. After that, it's not on CARB to help set those targets at the PUC or for the POUs. And I know that the PUC is undertaking efforts to update IRP targets for 2035. We're collaborating with them, but there is no formal requirement for them to rely on the scoping plan modeling for that electricity sector target past 2030.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rajender. So the other question I had was how you were accounting for industrial load. And looking at slides 15 and 24, it looks like there's some load forecast assumptions in there about how industrial load will sort of change under the various alternatives. And I wanted to just confirm my understanding that because we're using Resolve on the electricity sector, is the capacity build out, that's designed to meet that particular load forecast for industrial demand, is that feeding into pathways in terms of what the capacity build out is assumed under pathways? Is that the right characterization of the relationship between the two models?
Yeah, you captured it exactly. So to answer your first question, the load forecast is based on just growth forecasts that we assume in those sectors. We've worked with CARB and used a lot of state of California growth assumptions there. And unless there are specific measures addressing, a specific subsector that would increase load. And then the loads from pathways are passed to Resolve. And so we are meeting whatever capacity or whatever load forecast rather is being forecast for each of the alternatives in Resolve in our capacity build. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that does. Okay, thanks, Jesse. That's all.
All right, our next question will be from Cedric Twite. Cedric, go ahead.
Good morning. Great presentation, Jesse. This is Cedric Twite from Sierra Pacific Industries. We're a wood products company, own a lot of California timberland, and are increasing our forest stocks of carbon each and every day. And I was wondering if your modeling considered substitution of building products in the construction sector, because, for example, approximately 40% of emissions come from the construction sector, and there's a real opportunity to reduce emissions from substituting lower embodied building products for higher energy embodied products. For example, wood products made up of trees that directly capture carbon using solar energy can be used in substitution for cement and steel in many building designs. These types of substitutions could be a significant mitigation, but to really capitalize on those opportunities, policymakers need to see those emission savings such that reprioritizing the use of building materials can be adequately incentivized. So did you consider that? And if not, would you in the future modeling efforts? Because it wouldn't be insignificant to pack hundreds of tons, if not millions of tons of carbon into the urban environment, regrow those in forests sustainably, and keep that process going. It'd be a potentially less controversial carbon capture method than stuffing it underground. Although if we were going to geoengineer the world for the next global cooling, we might need those carbon stores to re-release, right, to warm the planet again. Just an aside. All right, thank you.
Jesse, Matt, and I can help here, so I can start. For our cement needs, there is a significant amount of cement that's produced in the state, but we also import large quantities of it. And so it's unclear to what extent stored carbon from forests in building materials, et cetera, could reduce the need for in-state production of cement. It may just reduce the need for imported cement. But in terms of how wood products and wood storage works, Matt will lead on natural working lands. So I'm going to ask him to jump in and maybe talk through that really quickly.
Yeah, thanks, Rajinder. Hi, everybody. Matt Patil and the Division Chief in ISD. So in terms of the energy side, there are some assumptions that we made in terms of biomass availability for energy products, but we did not assume that all biomass would go to energy end uses. We actually assumed that that forest residues would be prioritized to protecting their carbon stocks. So that means for things like harvested wood products and for other carbon benefits. And so there is a breakout in the E3 model using some of that forest residue for energy, but then a remainder of it that is kind of retained for non-energy end uses. And then Cedric, in about an hour and a half, we're going to have our presentation on natural working lands. We'll talk about the carbon stock changes and some of the wood products in that part.
Well, thanks.
All right, so we have about 21 people with their hands raised. So the next three will be Reza Barrias, Claire Broom, and Julia Levin. So Reza, go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Thanks so much. This is really excellent modeling, and I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this. Thanks, Jesse. My question is, modeling seems to capture a lot of early retirement information for vehicles and for residential appliances, but do we have any accounting for older vehicles, older appliances, and really how much impact those currently have and will have on being retired?
Yeah, so if you remember that slide that I presented on overall how Pathways works, there is a stock turnover module in Pathways. So we assume as we're starting out that there's some representation of ages that are existing today, and those have a natural life cycle within the model. So there's actually a range of ages associated with them. It's not just 1 year, as we all know. Some cars last 15 years, some last 17, some last 20 if you have a Corolla, or maybe 40. And so there's actually a distribution of retirements that happens in the model there, and they're replaced depending on measures that are instituted in the model. So if we are assuming that sales are at 100% of some measure, like 100% zero emission vehicles, when that car retires, that person would then buy a zero emission vehicle that's available. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess so. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so the only time you would see early retirements is if you were sort of forcing a target to bind in a specific year and you weren't allowing the natural retirement at the end of life of those units.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, that does. Thank you so much.
The next commenter is Claire Broom. Claire, go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Good morning. This is Claire Broom with 350 Bay Area. The modeling is impressive and crucial. However, you're using the Resolve model as a core for planning for the electricity sector, and the Resolve model does not differentiate between utility scale solar requiring transmission and medium scale solar on the distribution grid. Your customer solar is entirely behind the meter, and it's predominant. Well, the issue is that recent modeling from Vibrant Clean Energy and also from Stanford have shown that the ability on the distribution grid to offset this increasing demand with storage and generation on the distribution grid has a huge impact on constraining increases in electricity rates and also managing peak demand so that the implications for utility scale resources and transmission can be very different. So I understand, you know, Resolve is the model that's being used, but my question is, how are is CARB and all the other California agencies going to start incorporating the flexibility on the distribution grid as an asset to help us meet our climate and affordability goals? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And we can definitely take a look and get back to you on that. I don't know, Virginder, if you want to weigh in on that. There is a coarse representation, you know, of statewide needs in Resolve. That's correct. But that's a really good point. We can take a look at that and get back to you.
So I just want to jump in here. We did align fully with the SB 100 report and all of the assumptions there in many of these scenarios. And to the extent that this conversation happened in the interagency effort, that is the initial place that we aligned. If there's comments and data that we need to consider to adjust this, we're open to that. But I think we would have to still go back and discuss with the PUC and the CEC on any changes, especially to any of the SB 100 assumptions in their core scenario. But willing to do that if we get additional data.
I agree it's complicated, and I appreciate your openness to it, but this is so important both for the environment and for California ratepayers that I would look forward to further discussion of this. I'm also curious how CARB and E3 thinks about potential for incorporating sequestration from agricultural lands and forestry. I know we're going to talk later about natural and working lands, but I was struck that all your assumptions about carbon sequestration come from either CCS or DAC. And also, I've actually been involved with the natural and working lands process, and they're taking a different approach. There's not a target-driven, how could this sector meet these targets? Which is what I really appreciate about the electricity sector. And anyway, just to boil this down, have we considered the feasibility of really pushing natural and working lands sequestration, primarily agriculture and forestry, should it stop burning, as a strategy? Thanks.
Sure, and there's a presentation later this morning on natural working lands, and the slides have been posted that talk about 4 different scenarios and how the carbon stocks and carbon flux changes in 2035 and 2045. I think it is unlikely to consider any of the natural working land sectors as a big contributor to the carbon dioxide removal that we need, given the emissions that still remain in the system on the energy industrial side. So those lands, those natural working lands, have a very important role to play. They are not the out from some of the mechanical engineering and CCS options that we need to keep on the table, given how ambitious the targets are and given the red flag warnings in the last IPCC report. We need all solutions on the table right now.
Thanks, Virginder. Our next comment is from Julia Levin. Julia, go ahead.
Good morning, Julia Levin with the Bioenergy Association of California. And Jesse, I want to echo earlier comments. I thought this was a really helpful, informative, clear presentation. But having said that, I have 3 questions about it. The first is, why was there no mention about black carbon? State law SB 1383 requires a 50% reduction in anthropogenic black carbon. I understand that's largely an issue around natural and working lands and hope it comes up later this morning, but it is also one of the climate pollutants emitted by diesel, by wood stoves, and by other things outside of natural and working lands. So I'm concerned about sort of a series of scoping plan workshops that have omitted any mention of black carbon. That's question number one. Question number two is if you could clarify what is meant by the use of the term biomass. It's really confusing in this day and age. There's mention of gas, there's mention of hydrogen, and then there's mention of biomass. There was also mention in a few places about biomass gasification. And so I think we probably need to switch to much clearer terminology in this area, because it wasn't clear to me at all which parts of those different terms include bioenergy and whether biomass is just meant to be biomass combustion or biomass gasification, pyrolysis, anaerobic digestion, etc. And my third question, and these two are related, is why there was never any mention of geothermal. And the reason these questions are related is because both the PUC and the CEC in the last year have really increased recognition that we're going to need a lot more firm renewable power to reach the goals of SB 100 with electricity reliability. And since bioenergy, geothermal, and renewable hydrogen are the resources we have that can provide firm renewables, I'm surprised at the lack of any mention of geothermal and pretty minimal mention of biomass, biogas, and renewable hydrogen. So I know that's a lot of questions, but that's what you get for such a detailed, informative presentation. Anyway, thank you again.
Yeah, thanks, Julia. I'm going to let CARB answer the black carbon question, but I can say I believe it's not in the inventory, which is, oh, and we're only modeling the scoping plan greenhouse gas inventory sectors here. Matt, do you want to expand on that at all?
Yeah, sure. That's so broadly right in terms of looking at the greenhouse gas emission. Greenhouse gas is called for in AB 32, and we did include, and Julie, you're right. We do have 1383 targets on black carbon reductions by 2030, and we did include those in some of the discussion we had in our Shortly Climate Pollutant workshop last fall. And then we are looking to have estimates on black carbon emissions coming from wildfires as part of the natural working lands process. We're not going to be able to show that data at the 11 o'clock workshop, but that's going to come later as a follow-on analysis. And so on the transportation side for black carbon emissions, we are expecting, with implementation of these strategies, zero emission vehicle penetration through the different alternatives, that we will also see black carbon reductions from PM reductions that will come as well.
And I wanted to speak to the renewable hydrogen piece. I think in one of the summary slides up front in Jesse's presentation, it talked about renewable hydrogen, but it was giving the estimates based on solar and then electrolysis and the amount of energy that we would need to actually meet all of that hydrogen demand in terms of just relying on off-grid renewables to create that hydrogen. I think those amounts of gigawatts that need to be available are staggering when you think about the existing build-out rates year over year just for electrifying the other end uses. And I think that's why we have to keep our options open in terms of other sources of renewable hydrogen. And that's where renewable natural gas can play an important role. There's just simply no real clear path on how you can build out all of the renewables to support electrification of all of the end uses, the sectors that we have, like transportation and buildings, and also only produce renewable hydrogen through off-grid renewables. So RNG has to be part of that conversation on hydrogen.
Great, thanks, Rajinder. And then just to touch on your last question, I believe, and let us know if we skipped any, Julia, on geothermal. So the slides that I showed are just new build. And so there is a lot of geothermal already built on the grid today that isn't being shown in those slides. And we also collapsed some of the categories since there are so many resources to choose from. So there is a bit showing up in the other category there in that slide that you're just not seeing and we didn't highlight. Does that answer all your questions?
All right, let's move on to Michael Bocadoro, followed by Sam Wade and Virgil Welch. Michael, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question. This is going to pertain to slide 11. and it's Michael Bocadoro with West Coast Advisors. What level of herd reductions were modeled, and how are they proposed to be achieved?
Hey, Michael, just on slide 11, are you referring to alternative 1?
1 and 2, I believe, both have herd reductions, not really defined as to what level of herd reductions we're talking about and how those would be achieved.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So on alt 1, we modeled a 2% reduction in herd size, and this is contrasted with our draft dairy analysis that we released last year, which showed a historical herd size reduction happening about 0.5% annually, happening from, in part by consolidation in the industry. And so this is about a 4x increase in herd size reduction to help achieve the 2030 targets. We didn't explicitly say how we would achieve that herd size reduction, and I think many of you folks know that we're having a separate non-scoping plan related workshop on the 29th of this month, where we're going to talk about the dairy sector more broadly. And then as far as alt 2, I believe we assumed a 1% herd size reduction, and in alt 2, the additional reductions needed from methane from the dairy sector come from deployment of digesters and alternative manure management and enteric strategies that's similar to alt 1, but no digesters in alt 1.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, our next comment is from Sam Wade. Sam, go ahead.
Thanks, Jordan. Hi, this is Sam Wade with the Coalition for Renewable Natural Gas. Jesse, thanks for the presentation and for all your hard work on this. I had some questions on slide 18. With respect to the carbon intensity reductions listed, I was a little confused as to how completely eliminating petroleum in alt 1 doesn't get you a greater reduction than 20% in the 2030 timeframe. Is that just that there's a very steep ramp between 2030 and 2035, or is there more going on there? And then if you could also comment on what the total CI reductions would be out in 2045 across the various scenarios, I'd appreciate it.
So to answer your first question, the answer is yes, there is a steep ramp in alternative 1 between 2030 and 2045. That's where we start to see a lot of those early retirements and those zero emission vehicles 100% penetration targets starting to really bind. And I'm sorry, I actually missed your second question. What was it?
What is the total CI reduction achieved in each of the scenarios in the 2035 and 2045 timeframes?
I would have to get, oops, sorry, go ahead.
Jesse, I can take that one. So
Great.
we did not go to the next steps of calculating what that means for CI targets under LCFS. What we've only done so far is show the kinds of outcomes that we need in terms of fuel and technology deployment. Obviously, all of the modeling and outcomes need to be considered in terms of the programs and policies and what changes need to be made there, but that has not been part of the modeling exercise to date, Sam.
Okay, thanks, Rajinder. If I could also ask a question about slide 20 and 21, where there's sort of assumed early retirement of vehicles and equipment. Does that increase emissions outside of California as there is embedded emissions in making this the new electrified equipment? And if so, is there any sort of magnitude associated with that you folks have evaluated?
So these do not include life cycle emissions, I think is the root of your question here.
Well, just if there's a strategy that forces folks to retire working pieces of equipment and therefore manufacture on an accelerated basis new pieces of equipment and vehicles, I assume that there's some embedded emissions associated with that, which we're missing in this analysis. Is that true?
Regina, did you want to expand?
Right, we do not calculate emissions, life cycle emissions or embedded emissions for the replacement of those vehicles. The modeling so far just shows how many vehicles have to be taken off the road to get out of combustion or reduce combustion in those scenarios. And there were some important metrics on that summary slide that talked about how much was achieved. I think it was almost 700,000 vehicles for $3 billion under the National Cash for Clunkers program. We did a back of the envelope for how many vehicles need to be retired, just light duty, and what would be achieved with that benchmark. And just from an economic perspective, it was in the trillions of dollars. And so the modeling is constrained to the emissions in the state of California. It does not look at the boundary conditions for what is coming in to displace it unless we know something is going to be produced and manufactured with certainty in California.
Okay. And do the vehicles and equipment that are, not assumed to be used in California anymore, are they allowed to go to other states in this concept, or is it truly that we're scrapping useful vehicles that still have more of their life that could be used?
I'll allow Regener to expand on that, but we don't assume that there are any emissions associated with the retirement of these vehicles.
That's right.
All right, our next comment is from Virgil Welch. Virgil, go ahead.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes.
You can.
Hi, good morning. It's Virgil Welch from the California Carbon Capture Coalition. First off, I just, as others have, wanted to extend an appreciation to the CARB staff and the E3 team and the many other stakeholders and experts that have engaged in this scoping plan process. So far, as you all know, it's incredibly important work. It's one of the key opportunities for California to demonstrate ongoing climate action leadership, both inside but also beyond our borders. Numerous expert analyses have concluded that carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration is a necessary component of any strategy to meet global, national, and certainly California greenhouse gas reduction targets. These include, of course, the IPCC, the International Energy Agency, and closer to home, Lawrence, Livermore, and Stanford here in California demonstrate that there's a critical role for CCUS in the state's efforts to reduce emissions. Of course, the Biden administration has also identified carbon capture as an important component of national efforts and is making available some pretty significant financial incentives for projects, a range of different projects across industries that we have a real opportunity to benefit from in California. So I did, just as a general matter, I wanted to note that while we do have some important pieces in place here in California to ensure that CCUS can be part of the range of actions that we're taking to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, there are some really crucial needs that are currently missing, such as coordinated and efficient process for permitting projects and infrastructure across a whole range of industries, which I think the slides underscored here this morning, and ensuring that emission reductions from CCUS are accounted for appropriately in all the regulatory programs. Just as we do for other technologies, we need a comprehensive policy framework here in California to support the scaling of CCUS if we're going to realize the meaningful contributions that the technologies got to play in our efforts. And I know there's going to be more opportunities going ahead to talk about some of these issues in the scoping plan process. I would just add that it will also be important, I think, for folks to take account of the significant economic and job benefits, that CCUS can provide in California, which are quite substantial, both in terms of cost savings and new and existing job opportunities. So we'll look forward to discussing that further. And then finally, I wanted to briefly comment on the slides presented here this morning, because I think they're quite illustrative, at least if I'm understanding correctly. It seems particularly apparent that there are quite substantial reductions to be achieved from CCUS across multiple industries. So, for example, slide 10 shows a significant opportunity. I think you could probably even say necessity to get emission reductions from the refining sector, starting, it looks like about now, certainly 2025 and on out towards 2045, and pretty much, well, certainly the 2, 3, and 4 scenarios. So if I'm correct in what this and some of the other slides are showing, I think it definitely underscores the need here for CCUS as part of our efforts, but it's also illustrative of the fact that we need to get going now in order for the technologies to play a key role in our efforts. So Not necessarily a question, but again, very much appreciate the presentation this morning, and we'll look forward to continue working with all of you. Thanks.
Thank you.
So Jesse, I just wanted to offer an observation because Virgil mentioned the petroleum sector, and I can't recall if you made this clear or not, but the remaining need for refining in the state is tied to the remaining demand in the state. And so to the extent that we still have fossil fuel petroleum needs in the transportation sectors, not just federal sources, but also our own mobile sources, there is going to be an ongoing need for fuel. And we have a choice of either shutting down our refineries and importing it, keeping that refining process in state, but then also addressing those emissions through the use of CCS. And I want to also point out that if we did not look at CCS being associated with some of these large emitting sources, we would just be looking at additional CDR on that summary slide, because those emissions would be part of the total accounting without CCS for those facilities. And the only way to compensate for them would be through other CDR. And you'll see here later today about how much the role of natural working lands can play there, but that puts more onus on some of the other technologies like direct air capture versus actually capturing at the smokestack, which could also help with co-benefits on air quality.
Thanks, Rajinder. Our next three commenters are Gary Hughes, Pawan Mehra, and Jim Verberg. So Gary, go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you. My name is Gary Hughes, and I work as the Americas Program Coordinator with the International Organization Biofuel Watch. It's really interesting, once again, to be attending these meetings. I guess, in short words, I believe the modeling really is something of an exercise in magical thinking. All of the modeling alternatives require technology that does not yet exist. And even if it does exist in the future, the energy and materials requirements for these technologies mean that their climate benefit may not be anywhere near as high as the modeling insinuates. What is really worrisome is that the modeling presentation was detached from the most contemporary climate science. For instance, the focus on carbon dioxide removal in the modeling completely fails to take into account one of the most important dynamics currently being discussed at the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change when considering the science of carbon removal, that even if carbon removal were to be successful, the asymmetries in the climate system will result in off-gassing from the ocean and the land sector into the atmosphere, reducing the actual amount of carbon removed from the atmosphere, meaning that even if these technologies could work at any relevant scale, which is a huge unknown, they would have less of an impact on climate than the modeling here is suggesting. Noting that CDR may be ineffective in addressing temperature rise and that it is unproven at scale, the IPCC special report on 1.5 degrees found that it is risky to rely on such technology to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, rather than pursuing energy efficiency and low demand strategies that drastically reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the near term. On top of the uncertainty surrounding the effectiveness of CDR at reducing temperature rise, Working Group 2 of the IPCC 6th Assessment Report highlights the risk of severe unintended consequences from carbon dioxide removal. Proposed methods of carbon dioxide removal, such as direct air capture or afforestation or bioenergy with carbon capture and storage, otherwise known as BECCS, could compromise public health and safety, compromise ecosystem health and food and water security. Risks arise from some responses that are intended to reduce the risks of climate change, including risks from maladaptation and adverse side effects of some emission reduction and carbon dioxide removal measures. So these scientific considerations are of great importance, and it's really unfortunate that CARB is failing to even recognize that these dynamics exist, much less trying to address them in our climate planning here in the state. So it's long overdue to correct course on California climate planning, and we really hope to see the CARB take the right measures immediately to address these issues. Thank you.
So Jesse, I can respond to this one. You'll see that across the alternatives, there is a drastic reduction of reliance on fossil fuels. And in fact, in alternative one, we reduce all reliance on petroleum fuels to zero, but there are still emissions that persist from things that we use in our everyday lives, whether it's air conditioning, whether it's refrigeration, or whether it's fire suppression equipment. There are still human resulting greenhouse gases that persist. And so if we're going to say that we are going to get to net zero, something has to remove those emissions from the atmosphere. And the plan calls for us to develop a cost-effective, technologically feasible, direct emission reduction set of policies and scenarios. The plan does reflect what we think, or the modeling does reflect what we think are technically feasible technologies out there right now, technologies that have been deployed to date. And so I think the point about not relying on CDR is a good point. We are simultaneously trying to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. Even if we got to zero, emissions persist that we need to handle.
Our next comment is from Pawan Mehra. Pawan, go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Hi, can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Thank you. So thank you for the succinct presentation and wonderful overview. This is Pawan Mehra from California Carbon. And it's obviously extremely hard to be able to condense all the work into a succinct presentation, so I do understand the challenges. Wanted to really get clarification on a couple of things. The first thing is around hydrogen. It looks like the modeling has a significant assumption around creating a hydrogen economy. Within slide 6, there is some information on the capacity that's needed to create the hydrogen, and I think Rajendra referred to that. It's not necessarily entirely clear how that, whether it's solar or some other mechanism that gets used to produce that hydrogen. I just wanted to get some better clarity in terms of the hydrogen production, because I wanted to just confirm that in the subsequent energy or electricity requirement, the need for hydrogen, I think Jesse mentioned that that's not the requirement for hydrogen production is not being factored into the electricity consumption. So is the hydrogen production right now external to the modeling? That was just confirmation number one. The second piece is with respect to the HDVs, and I think there's a slide 18 which talks about biofuels, but then slide 20 seems to have, again, a large reliance primarily on BEVs and hydrogen again. And I'm just curious whether the expectation or the assumption right now is that even in the HDVs, the move will largely be towards a combination of battery electric and hydrogen. And where I'm going with that is just curious where the biofuels or liquid biofuels are likely to be feeding into the transportation sector. Thank you just want to get that clarity. Thank you.
Yep, that is a great question. So to generally answer your hydrogen question, it is assumed to be off-grid for this case, so interested in feedback on that. And then because of that, it is assumed to be out of the model, as you said, to a certain extent. However, we do track the biofuels and biomass that is necessary to use to convert to hydrogen, in this case, based on feedstock assumptions we have for California. So there are several different ways that you can create hydrogen. And there are, in the detailed assumptions, if you want to take a look, there are different strategies in different timestamps to produce hydrogen with different feedstocks from our biomass supply in California. And I'm sorry, you had one last question that now is escaping me.
Yeah, so I guess slide 18 talks about liquid biofuels in the fuel transition, but then when you go to slide 20, which talks about the vehicles, adoption within transportation stock, I don't seem to be able to see that. It seems again more just hydrogen and battery electric.
So the slide 20 is showing the on-road assumptions, whereas the fuels transition and the other transportation slide is showing the entire transportation sector, which includes things like aviation and ocean-going vehicles, as well as rail. So that might be where that discrepancy is coming from.
Okay, and just a quick follow-up on that, because again, within transportation, so 80% is of, just 80-20, 80% is LDVs, 20% broadly consumed within the HDVs. So if biofuels is going to be used in HDVs, I would have expected more biofuels in the HDVs as opposed to hydrogen and battery electric. That's just sort of a little bit of a disconnect that I was seeing. But again, I'm sure the model will have some of those clarity. Maybe we can follow up separately on the comments.
Yeah, that'd be great. And I think that just for the case of slide 20, and to the extent that a biofuel is a drop-in biofuel, like renewable diesel, for example, those are categorized in internal combustion.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, our next comment will come from Jim Verberg. Jim, you can unmute yourself and begin.
All right, thank you. Yeah, no, appreciate the conversation and the opportunity to speak to you all. My name is Jim Verberg. I represent WISPA today, and we are a nonprofit trade organization that explores and produces traditional liquid fuels as well as renewables. We play an important part in the energy transition, so we appreciate the opportunity to take part in today's workshop. So yeah, I'll echo some of the comments. Thank you, Jesse, for you and the E3 team for putting this together. It's very complicated work that you're doing, and so we're going to be taking a look at analyzing the outputs and providing. We look forward to providing comment and feedback. One of the things I did want to say is we do appreciate the recognition that CCS plays an important role in reducing CO2 emissions and reaching California's climate goals. And so we do appreciate that. And yeah, like I said, we'll be providing additional comment along those lines. We haven't had, since the materials were just released last night, I haven't had a chance to get together with my members and go over them in detail. But I did have actually a question. It sounds like I just wanted clarification, Rajinder. It looked like in slide 6, I go to that. You said the petroleum refining remaining. That was just based on California liquid fuel demand. That's what you based that assumption on. Did I hear that correctly? Okay, got it.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. And then for the hydrogen demand piece, for hydrogen demand at this point, you're only looking at green hydrogen only. So blue hydrogen is out of scope. Do I have that understanding correctly?
So the way we know that there are definitions at the federal level for blue, gray, and green hydrogen. What we are sticking to are the feedstocks and the process to make it. What you see is a growth in what we will want to pursue, which is zero carbon hydrogen. And that can be produced through solar, off-grid with solar and water, or it could be produced with other technologies and feedstocks where you're paired with CCS. What we have been clear about is that we do not want to see fossil gas be a feedstock for the production of hydrogen. And so you see the quantity of hydrogen we need moving forward, and we are essentially saying it needs to be zero carbon. Okay, appreciate that. And I appreciate the acknowledgement of the challenge that poses, and also deployment rates for these future technologies. So no, I appreciate that. All right, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next 3 commenters are Sarah Delaurier, Katie Ramsey, and Julia May, and we have 16 people with their hands up right now. So Sarah, go ahead.
Excellent. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. Sarah Delaurier with the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. Also wanted to echo everybody's appreciation for the presentation, very detailed. Makes it very easy to provide comment in this process. And also acknowledging what was stated earlier, I think by Rajinder, the need for RNG as part of all of this, and through the work that you've been doing, which will be produced as one of the products of diversion of organic waste from landfills to anaerobic digesters, specifically to, of course, achieve Senate Bill 1383, which is really important to this as well. We will provide more detailed comments written as for the April 4th deadline. But my question is related to, regarding all of this detailed work that you've done and that's gone into developing these scenarios really to accomplish carbon neutrality, specifically in keeping in mind advanced clean fleet regulations. How is all of this going to be translated to those regulations, where right now what we're seeing, slide 20, you have CNG acknowledged, but the near zero emission vehicle definition as drafted, it's not final, in the regulations does not include CNG. And that's something that we just want to try and understand, because we do see this as a need for very specific Class 8 heavy duty vehicles that perform critical response and essential public service needs over the next couple decades. We see that it may be available in 10 years in terms of a zero emission, but not quite in time for the deadline. So we wondered how this would translate to the regulatory development.
So this is Rajinder. That's a really good question. What we put out is scenarios, and we're going to end up proposing a staff selected scenario to our board in the scoping plan that is public in early May. We are collaborating with our other divisions behind the scenes so that they understand what the modeling shows and that we can talk through what the implications might be for the regulations under development. Obviously, after a scoping plan is adopted, we still go back and look at all of our regulations to see if there are changes needed or other programs or other efforts needed to align with the outcomes called in the scoping plan. But yes, we're aware of the ongoing regulatory effort on advanced clean fleets. We are coordinating with that group, and just rest assured that they understand what the modeling is telling us on the scoping plan.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, I think the other piece here is that all of the modeling is constrained to meet all of the needs under our SIP requirements for air quality. And so what you're seeing in those scenarios is not just what we need for our climate targets, but what actually would meet or exceed what is needed under our proposed state implementation plan to meet those air quality needs moving forward.
Excellent, thank you.
Our next commenter will be Katie Ramsey. Katie, go ahead.
Hi, just confirming that you can hear me?
Yes.
You can.
Okay, great. Thanks. I'm Katie Ramsey. I work for the Sierra Club, and I had 2 questions, and thank you for all this work. The first question is specific to the electric sector modeling. On slide 25, you're mapping out the cumulative new resource capacity bill. And one of the findings, I'm just trying to better understand it, is that alternative 1 showed that there would be about 7 gigawatts of gas retirements by 2035, but also 6 gigawatts of new gas build with a 0% capacity factor. So I'm hoping you could explain a little bit further what the result means. Specifically, like, are there any characteristics tied to explain how you're retiring some and building new ones? And then I have a second. Oh, thanks. Yeah, second question on hydrogen later. Sorry.
No, so I'll answer your first one. So those retirements are economic retirements, and they're being placed with more efficient, newer units. But as noted in that, there is a no combustion target for that case. So those are basically being built and being put on reserve for resource adequacy purposes, but not actually being dispatched.
Okay, so thank you for that explanation.
Yep. And what's your second question?
The second question is on hydrogen. Jesse, you had mentioned that the E3 tracked biofuel and biomass that would need to be used for feedstock. And so could you explain what either the assumptions or the outputs were on hydrogen production, like approximately how much of that hydrogen production comes from electrolysis versus biomass or some other feedstock?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's, I'd have to consult with the modeling team to get the exact answer to that. But for most of the sectors shown for the economy, it's biomass from California, and electrolysis is assumed to cover the electric sector needs for hydrogen. And that's mainly for alternative 1, which is the only case that builds the hydrogen fuel cells. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Julia May, you are our next commenter. Go ahead and unmute yourself and you can begin.
Thanks for the excellent presentation. Excuse my voice, I've got a bad cold. I'm Julia May from Communities for a Better Environment, and I wanted to follow up on an excellent question that Gurjeet from APEN mentioned. And I'm a little clarity between what it says on the slide and what I thought you said about the refinery sector and slide 10. I thought you said that there's a 90% reduction applied to whatever the CCS is installed on, not necessarily a 90% reduction in overall refinery emissions. Is that correct? Okay,
That is
so
correct.
can you, thank you. Then could you clarify what portion of the refinery emissions, and I assume by refinery emissions you mean both the oil refinery and the refinery hydrogen plants that are usually treated together in the CARB inventory. So what percentage of the total greenhouse gases from that sector are do you have CCS applied to?
Yeah, that's a great question. If you look at slide 10, you can see the answer to that based on the difference between those dotted lines and the solid lines.
Okay.
If you're looking at the slide. So this,
I'm looking at the slide now.
Yep. Do you see the difference, the gap between them?
Yes. Do you have like sort of an average percentage, or you know, I can't immediately calculate from looking at the
I don't have just petroleum off the top of my head, but we can get back to you on that if you would like to include in a written comment. But generally, you can see the magnitude there of the difference. And just to clarify your first point, the goal was to put CCS on all major petroleum operations. So that's all large petroleum refineries in the state with a 90% capture rate for CCS. So after it is applied, the CCS is applied, it captures 90% of the emissions coming out of those major operations. And if you want the exact numbers for each year for each case, we can provide that in detailed written comments.
That would be great. For refineries, you can't put a big dome over them. They're very complex operations. A hydrogen plant is, you know, frequently it's a third party sitting right next to the refinery, but refineries themselves have hundreds of boilers and heaters and combustion sources. They have constant problems with, even recently in the South Coast regulation where they added selective catalytic reduction controls on refinery boilers and heaters, they're having trouble figuring out space to put that new equipment in. So if we're talking about putting a bunch of new equipment, new CCS on hundreds of boilers and heaters at the refineries, it's a major logistical problem. I think I appreciate your modeling greatly. This is rich with detail. We'll have many more questions, but I think CARB's assumptions that you can just slap on some CCS on refineries and it's going to be okay is delusional, frankly. I also want to say that we strongly oppose the consideration of CCS at oil refineries because we have no illusions that these are going to be used for some kind of benefit only after all other measures are taken. They're going to be used to continue the use of oil refineries, which have very strong political power in the state. So I know that's a statement, that's not about the modeling, but I'll just repeat again. So we have questions about the feasibility, the complexity of the refineries. We can be much more specific. Are you going to put it on all these boilers and heaters and all these other sources? And where are you going to put them? They failed in Alberta. And then secondly, they're not going to be used only to get rid of any remaining emissions. They're going to be used to allow them to continue to pollute. Oh, sorry, another question. How about fugitive emissions? I assume you're only looking at combustion sources. Refineries have a lot of methane from leaking components, you know, thousands, hundreds of thousands of valves and flanges and pumps and compressors leaking, as well as, you know, some pipes and sometimes even pipes leading up to the refinery sources are leaking. Is it just combustion you're looking at, or also fugitive sources?
Fugitive sources are captured. If you flip to slide 11, you'll see some representation of that, but they generally are captured in the modeling, yes.
Thanks, Jesse. Our next three commenters are Chris Flagg, Nasher Khan, and Eric Barnes. Chris, go ahead.
Good morning. This is Chris Flagg of the City of Los Angeles Bureau of Sanitation and Environment. And within that, I'm in the Regulatory Affairs Division and address things such as air quality. I have a few questions, but first I'd like to say that the City of Los Angeles is very strongly in favor of movements to protect our environment and also to help our businesses stay in business as well as protect the environment at the same time. So a few of my questions. You mentioned a number of things that are going to happen with petroleum, biomass, hydrogen, fuel cells, cement. And I have to ask, because we deal with regulations on a daily basis, as do many others listening in, and we need to adhere to these regulations. We certainly support many of the regulations which help reduce emissions, whether they are emissions of NOx, VOCs, PM, GHGs. But for all of the modeling you're doing, are there laws on the books right now, regulations on the books right now that enable us to move forward in those directions, or will new regulations and legislation be needed to be sponsored by CARB or others to do so? And if you know of any specific existing regulations in CARB or the air districts that support moving in any of these particular directions, that would be nice to know. And lastly, a better definition or series of definitions regarding biomass, biofuels, and so forth could be useful, because as you well know, the City of Los Angeles produces a great deal of wastewater, and we cannot help but produce biogas as a result. And presently, we are using it as efficiently as we can. And I'm sure there are other ideas how wastewater produced biogas can be used in the future. We need to have not restrictions put on that, but incentives to use it in the proper way. Could you answer these questions? Thank you.
Maybe I'll just start by saying that there are several policies that are used as input assumptions, and I would recommend you take a look at CARB's inputs and assumptions that Maureen linked to, and I think Rajinder is probably going to expand on your question a bit. Go ahead, Rajinder.
Yeah, so we are in the process of developing a scoping plan, and what that means is we're going to share the modeling results that we have today, have additional workshops, have discussion with our board and the public, and by this May, we will have a preferred staff scenario for how to achieve the 2035 or 2045 target. It isn't until after the scoping plan is adopted that we look at our existing programs to understand what needs to change or what needs to be enhanced to make our existing programs align with the outcomes identified in the scoping plan. At the same time, conversations are happening over at the legislature. And I know that many of the staff are into details of the modeling over at the legislature, and they will be following the process at ARB. So you may see additional legislation proposed over the summer that aligns or helps support some of the outcomes that we want to see happen in the scoping plan. But we're not at that place right now. What we know today is that we have SB 1383, which is a 40% reduction in methane. And what we have is a proceeding over at the CPUC 1440 that also tries to pull some of that biogas away from the transportation sector and into commercial and residential. And you saw earlier the slides on building decarb, where we are moving away from natural gas, and it could be electrification with some RNG as part of the solution. We also know that we're going to need some RNG or biogas in some of the other sectors or as a feedstock for hydrogen. And so we're going to go through this process. We're going to have a board discussion about what is the preferred path moving forward. And then we'll have subsequent conversations about regulations at ARB. We may be looking at additional legislation from the legislature over the summer based on some of the conversations they're having, the hearings they're holding, influenced by some of the modeling that we're doing. So it's a bit in flux right now, but we do have several things on the books already that talk about where biogas needs to be directed and how much it needs to be reduced.
Our next commenter is Nasher Khan. Nasher, go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you very much. I am Nasher Khan. I'm with Northwest Advanced Biofuels. We're a developer of sustainable aviation fuel project. And I'm very excited to hear this webinar this morning. And I see a lot of the information is California based, and I know this is CARB, but a lot of the excitement that I see here, how is all this going to influence the national picture in terms of the similar pathways that we need to follow? If not, if there isn't some federal incentive, are we headed toward a environmental Cal exit as we move forward? Or is there an overall North American solution that would apply into a similar model as you have shown?
So I can speak to the policy question here, which is how does the work in California influence work in other states or even at the national level? What we have seen at the national level is the current administration trying to get back to the environmental protections and public health protections that were in place prior to the previous administration. And so there is effort to actually use the authority under the Clean Air Act, the authority under US EPA to actually get back to where they were in 2016. And that's just, taken time. We're only in the second year of the administration. What has happened at the federal level is significant tax credits and then funding opportunities for the kinds of things that we are actually identifying in the scoping plan. Like there is significant amount of funding available for direct air capture projects, CCS projects. There's DOE funding to partner and do hydrogen hubs. And to the extent that we're identifying some of these opportunities here, we know that the private investors are looking at how to marry up the policy signals from California, some of the incentives from our programs, with the potential federal funding that's out there. And so in many of the cases, even though there aren't rules and regulations at the federal level, there are key signals on what technologies and fuels that even at the national level are important to this administration. So we are tracking that very closely. In terms of other states, we are working closely with many of the other states in terms of our LCFS program, looking at carbon pricing and all of those pieces. So I think it's more of a, do we think that we wait for the federal government to put out an overarching policy on many of these issues, or do we move ahead in California because we still have our own state legislative mandates and evaluate how to leverage the incentives and tax credits at the federal level to help pay for some of the things that we need in California. There's also efforts on transportation in particular, such as light duty vehicles and the 177 states to have a larger market signal for zero emission vehicles or low carbon emission vehicles. There's also efforts on the heavy duty side to have states come along to pass similar rules and regulations so that there's a larger market signal for those technologies as well. So there's a lot happening, even if it's not being done through a more formal process at the federal level. We have many ways to try and send the right policy signals and actually attract federal dollars to the things that we think are important.
All right, our next comment will come from Eric Barnes. Eric, go ahead and unmute yourself and begin. Eric, are you able to unmute yourself?
Oh, yes. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thanks.
Okay. I'm Eric Barnes with the Motorcycle Industry Council. And I noticed, in the discussion on hydrogen and combustion that, the focus seems to be on fuel cells. And I was wondering if there was consideration given to the isolation or separation of nitrogen in hydrogen combustion, so that the NOx and N2O concerns would go away. I know that technology may not be used or in use right now. However, there may be opportunities for hydrogen combustion to truly go zero emissions. Also, in looking at the vehicle retirement, would that include conversion of vehicles to hydrogen combustion or zero emissions combustion? Thank you.
You broke up a little bit in your questions, but I think I heard most of them. So to answer your first question, the emissions from the fuels combusted in the model are captured. I think that answers the first one, including hydrogen. And for your second question, I think you asked whether or not motorcycles were being included in the vehicle transition. And those are overall included, but they were not highlighted today. Actually, they probably fall into light duty vehicles. So yes, they probably were, but they are lumped in together with those.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. No, actually, my second question was more, does the retirement option consider the conversion of vehicles from fossil fuel combustion to zero emissions combustion?
Yes, it's actually necessitated by that measure in the model. So there is a requirement that only zero emission vehicles be on the road in alternative one. And because of that, some vehicles that still have useful life in 2035 are retired early in order to replace them with zero emission vehicles. Does that answer your question?
Possibly.
Okay.
But when I say conversion, I'm talking about conversion from gas combustion to some other form of combustion, but not necessarily taken off the road. But it's okay.
Oh, I see what you mean, like a retrofit of the vehicle.
Yes.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
So there are some in earlier years, just to get to the carbon intensity reduction targets for drop-in fuels like renewable diesel or renewable natural gas for the compressed natural gas high duty vehicle or heavy duty vehicles rather. Those are considered, but they are not considered zero emission vehicles by the definition of zero emission vehicles in the model. So they fall off after those targets start to bind for sales and penetration rates. Does that answer your question?
Okay, yeah, thank you. That does.
Yep.
All right, we have 16 commenters left with their hands raised at this time. So our next three will be Scott Weaver, Shada Azamian, and Tom Phillips. So Scott Weaver, you can go ahead and unmute and begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Scott Weaver, Ramble US Consulting. I had two questions on the modeling boundary used for these scenarios. First, are you considering greenhouse gas emissions that would be caused outside the state of California by the policies assumed in these scenarios? That would include life cycle emissions. And secondly, how are you accounting for emissions leakage? For example, a couple of your scenarios mentioned herd reductions. So presumably those sources get moved out of state. How is that accounted? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And CARB, you're welcome to jump in here to expand on this, but this scoping plan covers just the AB32 emissions, which does not include those emissions that you described.
But I think it's important when we do the narrative around the scenarios to actually speak to the implications of if demand persists in California, but you've moved that production or that activity outside of the state. While our books may look like we've gotten cleaner, we may have just ended up with leakage, which we are told to minimize for leakage as part of SB 32, AB 197, and AB 32.
Yeah, nothing to add. That was going to be the point I was going to make on the herd size piece. Thanks.
All right, our next comment is from Shada Azamian. Shada, go ahead.
Hi there, this is Shada with the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I just have two quick questions, and I'll turn it over to you for answers. The first one is relating to battery storage. To what extent has E3 modeled lithium-ion batteries and demand for lithium in the alternative so far? And then the second question I have also pertains to slide 10. For the scenarios with CCS, what is the cause for the decreased rate of reductions after CCS application in 2030? Thank you.
Yeah, I might have to have you repeat that second one. I missed the first half. Sorry about that. But to answer your question, we do show there is a detailed breakout actually of the electric sector requirements for lithium-ion batteries that we can provide and will likely be included in the actual written scoping plan. And there's obviously lithium-ion batteries associated with the battery electric vehicles, but we don't have a discrete forecast for the exact amount of lithium in each of these cases. And then can you repeat your second question for me?
Thank you, yes. That was, could you explain what the cause is for the decreased rate of emissions in scenarios with CCS following the application of CCS in 2030?
I think it's just the application of CCS. So I might be misunderstanding your question, but the emissions, the direct emissions are measured as total direct emissions plus CCS, and so there is a drop off after the CCS is instituted. In cement and in petroleum refining is instituted in kind of different time horizons for different amounts of the sector, but it is captured at a 90% capture rate for whatever percent penetration of CCS we've deemed appropriate for that alternative. Does that answer your question?
I think it's also important to note that not only is it reflecting the addition of CCS to control for those emissions, but we continue to see a reduction in demand over time because we're deploying more zero emission vehicles in those sectors.
That is also true. Thank you, Rajinder. Maybe that was the point I was missing. Does that answer your question?
I think so. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yep.
All right, our next comment is from Tom Phillips. Tom, go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
There we go. Hi, good morning. Thanks for the great presentations and all the hard work by staff and consultants. And I don't envy you trying to juggle all these balls, but it looks like there's some good options out there to make progress. I have some questions about mainly the building sector, and number one, I guess, from looking at slides 6 and 13, it looks like you have appliances and new construction, but nothing about existing buildings except maybe appliance replacement. And that seems to be missing a great opportunity in terms of retrofits and weatherization and deep energy reductions, and because work by RMI and various groups have shown that beyond electrifying the appliances, you can get big drops in the peak and average energy use by doing these energy efficiency retrofits in terms of passive efficiency measures and so on. And there's also a lot of health benefits there. So that's one question. What happened to existing buildings in terms of weatherization and deep energy? Number two, climate change. I haven't been able to follow the IEPR proceedings much, but I just glanced at them, and it looks like their high demand forecast is the only one that factors in climate change. And I think I heard you say you're including that high demand and the mid demand. Is that right?
So to answer your first question, there is an assumption about energy efficiency overall in the building sector, but we are not necessarily, there are efficiency gains through appliance upgrades from low efficiency appliances to high efficiency appliances, including electrification upgrades. And then there are sort of others that are just generally applied based on the IPER forecast that you mentioned. If in looking at those, if you have a more detailed comment that you'd like to make about how you would like to see that change based on potential for fenestration upgrades or retrofits, I think that would be really interesting to see. And Regina, do you want to add anything on that? I saw you jumped in. Go ahead.
Yeah, on the building slide that we have, it reflects both existing buildings and any new buildings from this point forward. In the modeling assumptions that were posted to the website in December, we talk about an 80% retrofit of existing buildings from gas appliances to electric appliances. And then we talk about 100% for new buildings starting in this decade for electrification. So that our overarching theme is there. It's just reflected as different rates of deployment for technologies in the model itself. But we did not ignore existing building stocks.
Yep. Thank you for that clarification. And then to answer your second question on climate change, I'm assuming they were talking about increases in heat due to climate change and the impact on load that will incur. Is that, am I interpreting that correctly?
Yeah, well, plus it turns out they're not factoring in increases in humidity, which will be a major stress on the grid as well as health and safety. But go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, so we aligned with the CEC IPER, and I think that you've identified an area that the state has recognized is a shortfall in some of these long-term modeling efforts. And so there is some light representation of increases in demand for heating and cooling that you would need in an environment where there's increasing temperatures over time. But I think that is definitely an area where there requires more analysis. Yeah.
All right, we have 14 people still with their hands up. So let's go to Stephen Smith, followed by Andre Templeman and Emily Turkle. Stephen, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Stephen Smith with Phillips 66. Really just more of a comment than a question. So there's been great discussion today around hydrogen, and I would just suggest as this work gets further built out and shared with stakeholders and presented to the board, the hydrogen story can perhaps be built out a little bit more in some detail for better clarity and understanding, both in terms of how hydrogen is produced, so the assumptions around how hydrogen is produced, and then the consumption of hydrogen. So the demand for hydrogen, how that is segmented out, whether it's for transportation use and as an industrial fuel. So some of that is teased out in some of the slides, but I would just suggest in further presentations, hydrogen just be presented with some greater clarity. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Andre Templeman, you are next. Go ahead.
I believe I'm unmuted. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Two quick questions. I guess number one, this is what Rajinder was suggesting. I mean, looking at these slides, you can't really tease out from this what the policy implications are in terms of either LCFS or cap and trade. It just sort of sets out where you want to get to. And now the question is, how do you get there? And then you can use both programs such as the price sensitive ones, LCFS and cap and trade, and mandate driven programs. And that's sort of the next discussion that ARB is having. Is that correct, Rajinder? Does that make sense?
So yes, I mean, right now we haven't even chosen a scenario. So
right,
I think it's premature to start identifying any of the policies, but the next steps after a board takes action is for us and other agencies to all think about where we're trying to get to and look at all of our programs and to consider if new programs need to be implemented or the legislature may need to act to get us on track by what the modeling shows for the proposed scenario.
Okay, so that makes sense. Secondly, at some point, will the actual like Excel spreadsheet or the actual numbers behind the PowerPoints be released just so we can look at the specifics?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a target date for that? I hadn't seen it, so I don't think it's been released yet, right?
It has not been released yet.
Okay. Target.
We will definitely release it with the draft scoping plan.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's my only questions.
Next is Emily Turkle. Emily, go ahead.
Thanks. Thank you, Jesse, for this great presentation, and Jordan for managing the public comment queue. So just two quick questions. Firstly, did the model ever select CCS for the electricity sector, or was that just considered a generic firm zero carbon resource? And on that same thread on slide 6, where there's the key metrics, does the total CCS needs line not include the electricity sector for this reason?
That is a great question. CCS was an option in the electric sector, specifically Alum cycle, to get to the 100% capture rate for CCS. And we also offered the 90% capture rate technology in the model. Neither of those were chosen for any of the cases, including the alternative 0 million metric ton case. As opposed to that, you'll see that there was a pretty large build in clean firm resources, including hydrogen fuel cells and batteries. So given that there is no CCS in the electric sector, there was none rolled up into that top number. It was just coming from petroleum refining and cement.
Thanks, Jesse. Our next three commenters are Matt Holmes, Leonard Seitz, and David Dunn. So Matt, go ahead and unmute yourself and begin. And Matt, you'll have to unmute on your end as well. Okay, Matt, we'll come back to you. Next, we'll go to Leonard Seitz. Leonard, I've activated your mic.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I have same question in two different ways. One is, how do you calculate the VMT for light duty vehicles? And the second way is, do you consider sustainable communities or densification in calculating VMT?
So there are different VMT targets for each of the alternatives. And that's just calculated as a % demand reduction sort of across the board for those sectors that they're applied to. So we have different light duty vehicle VMT targets. And the second question broke up for me, so I couldn't hear it. If we can get a repeat on that one.
Okay, and that was whether is there any consideration of sustainable communities or densification in calculating VMT, light duty VMT.
The VMT assumptions were discussed with CARB, and there's many things that they consider, when setting those VMT assumptions, but they are user input driven. So I'll let CARB speak a little bit to that.
Yeah, thanks, Jesse. So the VMT is a single input into the modeling, but behind it is the premise and the need for us to think about sustainable communities. And once we have a scoping plan that lays out what kind of VMT reduction we want to achieve, we would then work with our sister agencies that are the planning agencies to figure out what does sustainable development need to look like to make that outcome for VMT be realized in the world. I think the challenge on VMT is no matter what target we model, no matter what target we have modeled historically in the scoping plan, we have not seen the reductions in VMT that we would want to see. And so this is an area of the scoping plan where we have already identified in CARB's own reports that we are off track on reducing emissions because we cannot seem to get a handle on the VMT piece in the real world.
Thanks, Rajinder. I'm going to come back to Matt Holmes. Matt, are you able to unmute at this time? Have to find that. There we go.
I'm here. I found the button. I'm sorry about that. It was hiding from me.
We all
problem.
good?
We can hear you now. Thanks.
Okay, great. Sorry, I'll try to be quick. My name is Matt Holmes. I'm with Little Manila Rising, and I sit on the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. And I'm glad to see this model out, and I look forward to diving into it with our working group. I just wanted to comment briefly as I can, just to let folks know out there that there is an advisory committee that is supposed to be interrogating these scenarios and models and in a formal process, and that we just want to, and I just wanted to validate some of the commenters who have asked the same questions that we've been asking, particularly around short-lived climate pollutants, and that we're really frustrated that there still seems to be a CO2 myopia that's really covered the scoping plan process. And then if we did a better job of appreciating how reductions in short-lived climate pollutants impact global climate warming, that we would also be rendering significant public health benefits. And I think, those public health benefits should be a part of a foundation to any plan that presumes to be an economy-wide plan. And so I feel like community impacts aren't fully captured by minimizing things like black carbon in our communities, which are just terrible respiratory impacts. And so as it is, the economy-wide plan still seems to be really focused on a vertical set of priorities, defined by the agency's traditional relationships, and that the costs and concerns of communities remain an afterthought. And I think that's really evidenced by many of these models, with the exception of this one, lacking the geographic granularity and the demographic granularity that we would need to really understand how the scoping plan impacts Californians. The other thing I'll say about the EJAC is that we're always also doing our best to make hay out of the under-evaluation of our state sequestration capacity in natural working and wildlands. We're unanimous in the committee in pointing to the hugely significant co-benefits to our communities that investing in our landscapes versus certain industrial strategies could render. And I'll just drop a quick example that's really self-serving for my region, but centering estuarine restoration can both significantly reduce our carbon emissions in the Delta. We got a situation where stagnant waters have turned a natural system for sequestration into an emitter of methane. Simple reductions in water exports for cash crops that not a lot of us get to enjoy would change that spiraling dynamic. Additionally, the complementary conservation strategies around estuarine and coastal wetlands would also increase our resilience to sea level rise and urban heat island effect. One of the things of this very selective economy-wide plan is how it obscures the role of environmental contingency. When the levee breaks out here, everyone's plans are getting put on halt. When 25% of the state's food is either ruined or inaccessible from a levee breach, it doesn't really matter what the modeling used to say. So I'll close with saying that the watershed's health is still, magnetic north for California's climate resilience. And that investing in those systems would really benefit the people as well as our climate resilience. And, I think a lot of people have already brought up the CCS thing. I'll just say that we're really sort of over-focused on that. I think in our EJAC conversations, it seems to have taken up all the oxygen in the room. It's really an unproven strategy. It's kind of amazing that it's getting so much attention in this process. And we're trying to help people stop hopscotch reading the IPCC. It defines that as a very narrow, last ditch, last worst option for climate resilience. But for some reason, there's already people pulling permits all over the state of California trying to ram this through. And so for people that are worried about CCS, I would say keep an eye on the legislative process here in California and be sure to tune into the federal process. I think we're fortunate that it's not entirely up to the Air Resources Board as to whether or not this strategy gets implemented. So with that, I'll just say, hopefully the EJAC gets a larger voice in this process, but that this scoping plan is just one of many ways for us as residents of California to inform our climate response strategies. And if the scoping plan chooses to continue to marginalize itself, we'll just regroup around something else. Thank you.
Just real briefly, Matt, thanks for the comments. And I just wanted to flag that hopefully you're able to stay on for our natural working lands presentation at 11. We're going to talk about the Delta in that presentation, so it'd be great to have you there. All right, Jordan.
Thanks, Matt. We have, looks like 6 more commenters. We are planning to take a short break at around 11:55. So we only have time for a handful more, but the next 3 will be Linda Rose Myers, Mick Skvarla, and Catherine Larson. So Linda Rose Myers, go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation today. It was very informative. It's clear that in order to accomplish carbon neutrality, all of us must work together innovatively and creatively to achieve these goals. Here's what we're offering to do at Ecotech Biofuels. We will extract highly flammable forest residual materials, dead and diseased trees and slash piles from California's forests. We will also salvage materials from burned areas. We will convert all this to sustainable aviation fuels, and we will feed the CO2 produced by our processes to algae, completely eliminating our CO2 production. We will then use these algae as a soil remediation for burn areas. This will enable the Forest Service to replant. Otherwise, only brush would ever grow again in these areas. This strategy will greatly reduce the incidence of forest fires in California, enable regrowth of healthy trees in burn areas, and also put clean, sustainable aviation fuel in the jets flying into and out of California. We greatly support CARB's efforts and look forward to working closely with you, and we hope you will support us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda, and I misspoke. Our break is at 10:55, to clarify. All right, Mick Skvarla, you are the next commenter. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I want to express my appreciation for the workshop today. We've all kind of been waiting for some time to see these results, and to that extent, we're excited to be able to participate today. My name is Mick Skvarla. I'm here on behalf of the California Council for Environmental Economic Balance. Just a couple comments and a question, I believe. As we're looking at this, and I think someone already expressed this, I do believe that there's a need to kind of have a cost chart or kind of cost assumptions, daylighted so that we can see what the inputs into the model were in that regard and how maybe those expectations of costs over time are calculated to allow us to more fully participate with feedback. Additionally, I think as we look at some of this stuff, we need to look at the embedded carbon in some of these activities, as AB 32 does explicitly direct us to avoid leakage, and if we're producing higher embedded carbon products to serve California's zero carbon or low carbon economy, we're essentially just farming out the problem, and we're not doing anything to solve the issue of climate change. And then furthermore, I think in the presentation it was expressed that Resolve was utilized. I'm curious if it was the results from the IRP that were inputted, or if some of the comments that were received through the course of that proceeding, such as those with regard to the fact that biofuels were deselected, may have been integrated, and that we looked at potentially zero carbon or low carbon biofuels as something that could be integrated with the Resolve and then inputted through this scoping plan process.
The input assumptions or the underlying sort of grid assumptions are aligned with the IRP process, but the measure assumptions for the CARB scoping plan are completely independent from the IRP process. Does that answer your question? Oh, yeah.
And I'll just add that on the cost piece, we absolutely agree. What we're putting out today is just the GHG emissions, because we know there's been a lot of anticipation about what the modeling is showing. Work is underway to do the economic, air quality, and public health analyses that rely on the E3 pathways model outputs to actually calculate those numbers. We will be coming back with a workshop in mid-April to share all of the results on econ modeling and then the health modeling.
Thanks, Rajinder. Next is Catherine Larson. Catherine, go ahead.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thanks so much. My name is Catherine Larson. I'm with the Southern California Public Power Authority. We represent 11 municipal electric utilities and 1 irrigation district in Southern California, all of which are under local control. So thank you very much for this presentation. It's a ton of information, clearly a lot of work went into this. And I admit I'm still digesting, but I had a couple initial questions. The first one I wanted to ask about was maybe clarification for the electric sector modeling results. I think on slide 23, my understanding was that alternative 1 had the sector target of 0 in 2035, and the other alternatives had targets of 24 million metric tons in either 2035 or 2045, but it looks like all those alternatives 2 through 4 remain around 30 million metric tons. Just wondering if you could clarify why that is, or if I missed something.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think the 24 million metric tons was used as an example of the SB 100 emissions reductions that we might expect to see, and that was based on the SB 100 joint agency report. The loads for that case are different from the loads in this case, given that we have so much electrification in this and we went over all the measures. So if you look at slide 24 for our loads, those are different than what you would expect to see in the CEC SB 100 joint agency report, and that's where that discrepancy in emissions reductions is coming from. The SB 100 target is not an emissions target, it's a clean energy standard. So once we input all those loads, we just make sure to meet the retail sales and state loads with clean energy. But if there's increased loads, then there will be increased emissions compared to the SB 100 case.
Thanks, Jesse. Okay, we have time for the last two with their hands up. So I want to move quickly here. So John Larea, go ahead and ask your question, and then that'll be followed by Crystal Riedesel.
All right, thank you. Good morning. I'm John Larea with the California League of Food Producers. The League represents industrial food processors with operations in California. That said, this is more of a comment than a question. First off, I'm pleased to see that all 4 scenarios will apparently allow us to reach the 2030 goals, and the League will be examining these results for our comments. But speaking to the whole of the analysis, I'm again disappointed to see that the role of nuclear power is, yet again, not a part of it. I mean, you are considering the complete elimination of combustion in one of these scenarios. For a hard to decarbonize sector like food processing, that represents a huge problem, and there must be some viable alternatives that make some sense for our industry. Now, please don't take this as an endorsement of nuclear power. But if we are indeed in a climate crisis, as we are reminded of on a daily basis, why are we not considering all options for the rapid reduction of emissions? I have a great respect for the work that CARB and the experts have put forth to date, but I can't help but think that ignoring the role that nuclear power might play in the state's efforts to electrify or decarbonize undermines the credibility of these efforts to some degree. I would strongly encourage CARB to consider all options and include those in the scoping plan. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And last, we'll round out this panel with Crystal. Crystal, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Crystal. I'm with the Bay Area Clean Air Coalition. I just have a question about residential wood burning. It is a significant issue here in the Bay Area. It produces 39 to 99% of particulate matter emissions in the winter, and which is similar to many areas of California. The Central Valley also has some of the same issues with wood burning and agricultural burns. We think of wood burning as being climate neutral, but beyond hurting our health very directly, it hurts our climate via GHG emissions. It takes time for forests to regrow and reabsorb carbon. And secondly, for the same amount of heat or energy, burning wood releases more carbon dioxide than oil or gas. Studies are also showing that using biomass wood pellets exacerbates the climate crisis. Composting agricultural and forestry excess actually captures carbon. It's an actual carbon capture more easily than mechanical methods, and it's better for health. So my question is, have you considered stopping residential wood burning, which releases carbon through statewide partial bans and then hopefully full bans based on WHO PM level, what they recommend, and there are no safe levels of PM. And then my second question, and I'll stop talking, is are you also considering a statewide program to replace wood stoves that people need for heating with heat pumps? And that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I can start to answer this, and then I think that if CARB wants to weigh in, you're welcome to. So there are targets for adoption of electric appliances, and to the extent that those that adoption is, for example, 100%, it would capture all of the wood burning requirements there. And you asked a number of questions about kind of longer term policies, so I'll let Matt weigh in on those.
Yeah, I'll just flag really quickly towards your later point that there are programs that are run through the air districts and state and federal incentive programs around replacing residential wood burning devices with alternatives to help cut wood smoke. And this is predominantly, though, not a climate strategy. It's a health and air quality one, which I think you flagged. So.
Thank you. Maureen, I'm turning it back to you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Jesse, for that presentation and for answering all these questions. We are now going to take a 5-minute break, and then we will begin the panel or the presentation for the natural and working lands. Okay, so 5 minutes, and then we'll get started again.
Thanks, everyone.
Hi, everybody. This is Matt Botel. I am the Division Chief in the Industrial Strategies Division. It looks like Maureen is working on getting the Natural Working Land slides up here. So while she does that, I'll just go ahead and get us started. So I am privileged here to be joined today by a number of other state agency representatives that are helping here on the Natural Working Land side. And for the scoping plan, this is critically important that we work through how natural and working lands can support our climate mitigation and resiliency objectives. And in doing so, we are obviously working very collaboratively with a number of state agencies. I am going to hand it off first to Amanda Henson, who's the Deputy Secretary for Climate Change at the California Natural Resources Agency, to provide a few remarks, followed by Virginia Jameson, the Deputy Secretary for Climate and Natural Working Lands at the Department of Food and Ag, and then finally, Dr. Adam Moreno, who is CARB Senior Staff for Natural Working Lands, who's going to walk through the modeling results in some detail. So, Amanda, if you're ready to take it away.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we cannot see you. I'm just getting a black screen on your side. Yeah. So
I promise I do have a face. I'm really not sure what's going on here, but I'm going to just keep it moving because I know we're on a tight time frame and I want to make sure everyone has enough opportunity to walk through these important results. So thank you, Matt, and thanks to everyone who's able to join us and to the many more who are not able to join us today, but are super committed to accelerating climate action on our natural and working lands. Today marks a major milestone in this sector, and for the first time, the CARB team has taken a crack at modeling many of the sources and sinks in the natural and working land sector. The modeling focuses on above ground biomass and prioritizes carbon stocks on lands most at risk of wildfire. And the results point to these areas of focus as likely sources of emissions in 2045. So as a core implementing agency and in partnership with CDFA in that effort, we wanted to share our reflections and convey a few next steps. First, and in alignment with our efforts across all sectors, we know we must do everything we can to reduce emissions from the natural and working land sector. CARB's preliminary modeling underscores the need for active management to support this goal, and best available science suggests that the current scale of implementation does not match the level of the challenge. Second, we're committed to addressing climate change like the crisis that it is. And as we think about implementation pathways, we will explore more comprehensive modeling as well as opportunities to incorporate real-time data and monitoring to inform our collective efforts to advance climate action in the natural and working land sector. And finally, we must continue to explore and expand our understanding of this sector's solution space. We know there's a significant opportunity for soils and other climate-smart regenerative land management practices to support California's climate change goals across all of these landscapes. So I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Virginia Jameson to go into a bit of detail on this point as it relates to agriculture, and just thanks to CARB and the entire CARB team again for the partnership on this. Virginia?
Thanks, Amanda. Yeah, likewise, I'd like to say that we at CDFA are very grateful to CARB for this first crack at what is very difficult modeling. We know there are more national and working lands benefits out there, and we'll be looking at capturing that information going forward through programs like our Healthy Soils program and other climate smart ag programs at CDFA. So for example, there are many benefits we know can come from agriculture that haven't been modeled, including on rangeland and pasture lands, and that soil as a carbon sink hasn't been fully utilized. And given all our efforts towards improving soil health and increasing soil carbon sequestration, we see this as an important opportunity moving forward. Within agriculture and wetlands, two landscapes where soil carbon management practices were modeled, there is an increase in soil carbon stock under active management shown by the models. And in CARB's modeling, the net emissions from synthetic nitrogen, synthetic N, we'll stop there, outweigh the carbon sequestration benefits. However, the modeling doesn't show, for example, that reductions in synthetic fertilizer use and the associated reductions in emissions under the expansion of organic agriculture or other efforts that we're currently undertaking to increase fertilizer application efficiency. So it's another opportunity there. Additionally, there are many resiliency benefits associated with these practices, like improving soil water holding capacity and air quality. So we see ongoing investments in this sector as a vital opportunity to achieve climate and environmental benefits. Again, CDFA is grateful to CARB and looks forward to continuing to work with the Natural Resources Agency and our stakeholders in this space. Thank you, Matt, for the time.
Yeah, thank you both for giving your opening remarks. And now I'm going to ask Adam if he is available to pop on here and walk us through our slide decks and our slide deck. Thank you, Adam.
Yeah, great. Okay, next slide. All right, let's talk about natural and working lands. So this portion of the workshop will last around 1 hour and 45 minutes and will include a lunch break. We will begin with a brief recap of natural and working lands, then we'll discuss some specifics of our modeling approach. We'll briefly present our revised scenarios. I will then present the carbon results associated with our modeling. After that's finished, the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee will have an opportunity to provide comments and ask questions. And then following those comments and questions, we'll have a 30-minute lunch break. And then we'll come back from lunch, and then that's when we'll have the public opportunity to make comments and ask questions. Next slide. All right, this slide outlines all of the public engagement on natural and working land, on the natural and working land sector that we've done to date, starting with the kickoff workshops in June and our latest workshop in December. Additionally, on February 28th, we posted the revised scenarios for natural and working lands, which can be downloaded from our workshops webpage. And today's workshop is focused on outlining the results of our modeling exercise. Next slide. All right, natural and working lands can support our greenhouse gas goals in two different ways. Lands may act as a carbon sink by sequestering more carbon than they emit. Also, lands hold a tremendous amount of carbon currently in their soils and biomass, and we can help our climate goals by reducing the amount of carbon that gets emitted from these carbon pools. Additionally, we are approaching target setting in this sector by considering ecosystems holistically. So we're not just looking to maximize carbon across the landscape. We're aiming to support carbon management that fosters ecosystem health, resilience, and many ecosystem services. Okay, as I just mentioned, lands provide many services that humans and nature rely upon to survive, such as healthy food, water supply, clean air, fire risk reduction, biodiversity, public health, recreation, economic sustainability, and a livable climate, just to name a few. Healthy lands can sequester and store carbon emissions, limit future releases of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, and protect nature and people from negative impacts of climate change. Unhealthy lands can have the opposite effect. They can release more greenhouse gas emissions, increase climate risk to people and nature, and can be more vulnerable to future climate change impacts. And our landscapes are living systems, and we seek to respect them as such. Each land type has different needs and dynamics, and greenhouse gases greenhouse gas emissions occur naturally within them just as a part of life. Next slide. So modeling is the practice of utilizing the best available science and data to understand how different forces, in this case, climate change and management, for example, affect a system. And in this case, we're talking about our ecosystems. So modeling in the scoping plan process is used to estimate modeled future projections of sources and sinks from natural and working lands, assess how different management levels may influence sources and sinks on our natural and working lands, explore cumulative impacts from multiple actions will have on various aspects of the ecosystem under climate change. And we can use the models to customize, to assess custom scenarios that, to the best of our ability, assess the questions and concerns that we, our partners, and our stakeholders have about these systems. And this graph on the right-hand side is from our natural and working lands carbon inventory, showing how carbon is distributed across all natural and working lands. So as you see here, the inventory shows that the vast majority of California's carbon stock is in forests, shrublands, and grasslands. And so we've devoted the majority of our resources into modeling these systems, while also still modeling all of the other systems as well. Our approach also focuses on lands most at risk of wildfire and drought. This slide outlines some of the questions we sought to, oh, next slide, sorry. All right, this slide outlines some of the questions we sought to answer through the 2022 scoping plans, natural and working land modeling effort, as well as some of the limitations to our modeling approach that we want to make clear about upfront. And I am not going to go through and discuss each of these guiding questions and limitations, but in general, the questions revolve around how climate change and action will interact to affect ecosystem services and carbon dynamics, and the limitations are focused on specific land types or actions that could not be included in the modeling results at this time. Next slide. Okay, this is a list of our natural and working lands categories, subcategories, and the models that we're using for each category. As you can see, we're using a wide array of models for natural and working lands, and this is because each land type has very different dynamics and requires special considerations. No one model can model all natural and working land types or actions. And for this reason, we used our understanding of the state of the science of modeling natural and working lands, our guiding questions, and our previously presented model selection criteria to identify models to use within the scoping plan. Okay, and here I want to take a moment to explain the forest, shrubland, and grassland modeling. In our previous workshop, we had presented our scenarios with forests and shrublands combined, and this understandably created some confusion that I'd like to clarify. Forests, shrublands, and grasslands are all modeled together, and this is because we want to understand how they interact and how fire and water flow throughout and between these systems. Ecosystems do not operate independently, and to the most extent possible, we want to model how different ecosystems affect one another. Additionally, no model can simulate all dynamics, and so we prioritize wanting to understand the confluence of fire, drought, and climate action in these particular systems. And even though they are modeled together, all have different physiology in the model and respond to management, climate, and other environmental change differently. So a patch of trees behaves differently than a patch of shrubs or a patch of grass. And further, we parameterized regionally so that plants in each eco unit, which you can see in this map shown in the upper right-hand corner, has different physiology as well. So plants in different regions are parameterized particularly for that region. This means that redwoods on the coast are different than conifers in the Sierra or junipers in Southern California. Also, management occurs on each of these natural and working land types in each region differently. So we are not harvesting on shrublands and grasslands, for example. Additionally, different levels of action occur in different regions. So for example, only some mechanical treatments increase in chaparral systems in any of our scenarios, but various treatment types increase in the Sierra. And so because forests, shrublands, and grasslands are modeled together, their scenarios are linked, but each of these natural and working land types receives levels of management and types of action appropriate for their system. So these systems are not all modeled the same. They are just modeled together to understand how they can impact one another. Okay, next slide. So all of this modeling is guided by our various scenarios. So what is the purpose of a scenario? Scenarios provide a sense of how different levels of action will impact sources and sinks modeled on our natural and working lands. A scenario is a set of natural and working land type specific objectives and management strategies. And scenarios provide guidance for modeling. So again, no model can simulate all actions that can be done in real life. And so those actions can't be included in a scenario. Modeling and thus scenarios can be updated over time as well. And we expect that we will improve through time. So for example, CARB just used pathways in earlier iterations of the scoping plan. And finally, scenario and modeling limitations do not preclude actions from being included in the scoping plan recommendations as part of future implementation. All right, next slide. All right, so here I'm going to briefly present our new revised scenarios. You can find a detailed list of these scenarios on our CARB scoping plan workshop webpage titled, in the documents titled Revised Natural and Working Land Scenarios. Okay, so we have modeled and assessed these following scenarios. So first is a business as usual scenario, which is no change in management from what is being done between 2001 and 2014. Scenario 1 prioritizes short-term carbon stocks and minimizes disturbances. Scenario 2 prioritizes achievement of current management goals in forests and scale up of current state programs and other landscapes. Second, scenario 3 prioritizes restoration and climate resilient carbon stocks, second highest goal for long-term carbon stock preservation in forests, shrublands, and chaparral via wildfire reduction activity. It also includes additional actions to restore, manage, and conserve carbon stocks across all landscapes. Scenario 4 prioritizes wildfire reduction and other fuel reduction efforts in forests, shrublands, chaparral, grasslands, now I'm going to discuss the next few slides, which I'm not going to discuss the next few slides, which go into more detail about the mix of actions in each scenario, but they are included for your reference if you'd like to download this slide deck and follow along. So now we're going to go to slide 17. That one. Okay, so in the next slides after this one, I'm going to show some modeling results. The slides I'm about to show represent results from the modeled scenarios and are grouped together by natural and working land landscape type. The vertical axis in these graphs show the carbon impact of a scenario. Depending on the landscape type, this may be shown in carbon stocks, so in carbon, or in emissions in CO2e. The horizontal axis shows the model time frame in years. On the right of each results slide is a commentary on the modeling results. For almost all land types, action of each scenario begins in 2025. Additionally, graphs are shown from the ecosystem perspective. So negative trends in carbon stocks means a loss in carbon from the ecosystem, and negative emission values means emissions into the atmosphere from the land. Additionally, the Natural and Working Lands Climate Smart strategy includes additional priority practices that are not included in this modeling effort, and implementing these additional priority practices could result in additional sequestration and emission reduction benefits not captured in these results. All right, next slide. Now let's get into our modeling results. I'm going to begin by showing the results of our above and below ground carbon stock modeling for sparsely vegetated lands. Here we focused on the impact that land use change will have on this system. In our business as usual scenario, we assume that sparsely vegetated lands are converted to another land use type at a rate of about 2,600 acres per year, or that's approximately 0.3% of the total landscape area converted by 2045, which is consistent with current and past conversion rates in this landscape type. As these lands are converted, their carbon stocks are lost, resulting in the BAU scenario having the highest carbon stock loss of all of the scenarios, which you can see in this dark blue line that goes down the furthest. Scenario 1, on the other hand, prioritizes protecting carbon stocks and prevents any additional land conversion from happening, which results in no carbon loss in this modeling, and that's that flat orange line at the top there. Scenarios 2, 3, and 4 have varying levels of land use change, which in turn results in varying carbon losses. One final note for sparsely vegetated lands, we're reporting carbon stock changes in thousands of metric tons of carbon to highlight the different outcomes among the scenarios. The other sectors in the subsequent slides are reported in million metric tons. If we had reported these values in million metric tons, each of the scenarios would appear as one flat line, given the modeling produces relatively smaller carbon stock changes in this landscape. Okay, next slide. All right, here I'm showing the delta wetlands, where we modeled sinks and sources of above and below ground carbon stocks as well as soils. It's important to remember that some level of emissions will always occur in wetlands, as this is a part of the natural system. For delta wetlands, we modeled carbon stock changes as well as CO2, methane, and N2O emissions, given the ability for wetlands to both sequester carbon and release emissions, depending on factors like salinity and water availability. This graph shows the cumulative CO2e emissions from the system. Here, BAU assumes no action and results in the greatest emissions. Subsidence and land use from drained wetlands produce the most emissions, and when restored, reduce the most emissions. Scenario 1 assumes 140,000 acres of restoration by 2045 and results in the fewest emissions overall. Restoring wetlands into especially the Sassoon Marsh, which is salty water, results in the greatest emissions reductions. For context, restoring 120,000 acres of the delta wetland represents about 30% of all delta wetland acres. And scenario 2, 3, and 4 assume varying levels of action between BAU and scenario 1. Next slide, please. This is a graph of the above and below ground carbon in the defensible space zones of the wildland urban interface. Here, BAU assumes no improvement on defensible space from the baseline, and so carbon stock remains the same through time. However, only 46.7% of parcels, property parcels statewide, currently have sufficient defensible space in our assessment. And around 900,000 property parcels need some level of work. And scenarios 1, 2, and 3 show the carbon loss, assuming that we get to 100% statewide compliance of defensible space with current regulation by 2045. Scenario 4 assumes 100% compliance with regulation by 2045, plus additional carbon loss to ensure every structure in the state has full defensible space that may go beyond their property boundaries. It is important to remember that we are only able to estimate the carbon stock removal as a result of improved defensible space. We currently do not estimate the benefit that may result from improved fire risk to communities and the resulting emission reduction from reduced wildfires in the WUI. Next slide, please. Okay, now we will move on to the modeling of above and below ground carbon stocks in California's urban forest tree canopy. Here, the BAU has very moderate gain in carbon stock of about 1.5% at 2045. Scenario 1, which is that really steep incline, attempts to reach the theoretical maximum for urban tree canopy based on published literature. And scenario 4 has the greatest gain per unit investment in this sector. And all scenarios besides the BAU assume some level of improved water use on urban trees, making them more resistant to drought. Next slide, please. Now let's move on to croplands, annual croplands specifically. BAU reflects management from 2001 to about 2010 and does not include healthy soils or organic practices, and a loss of annual croplands to non-agriculture uses of about 11,119 acres per year. For these land types, we modeled 3 primary strategies: increasing deployment of healthy soils practices, increasing conversion of traditional cropping into organic agriculture, and the effect of conserving agri. The modeling results also reflect soil carbon changes resulting from climate change. This slide shows the soil carbon changes resulting from the scenarios model. Here, BAU assumes no change in annual cropland management from the baseline time period and results in a loss of soil organic carbon stocks. Scenario 1 results in the greatest increase in carbon stocks and assumes we apply healthy soils practices on about 100,000 acres annually and we convert 30%. We convert to about 30% of annual croplands being organic by 2045. Scenarios 2, 3, and 4 assume some varying level of action between BAU and scenario 1. This graph is also, next slide, please. This graph is also annual croplands, but instead of showing just the carbon stock change, it shows the cumulative emissions, where, remember, negative emissions here equals emissions into the atmosphere. So the more negative is the more emissions. And even though some scenarios in annual croplands sequester carbon stock, as shown in the previous slide, into their soils, because of N2O emissions, all scenarios are net emitters. A caveat to these results, for annual croplands, where we modeled increased organic practices, we did not model the reduction of synthetic fertilizer use and the associated potential reduction in emissions due to modeling constraints. Okay, next slide, please. Let's stay on croplands, but move to perennial croplands, which includes orchards and vineyards, and rangelands are included in the shrubland and grassland category, so they're not included here. For this sector, the BAU represents the planting and pushing of orchards with replacement and expansion planting averaging about 145,000 acres per year, but this varies from year to year. This graph shows carbon stock. So in this category, the land is sequestering more carbon than it is emitting for all scenarios. Here, there is no visible difference between the scenarios, and so that is why it looks like there's just one line here. Only windbreaks, shelter belts, and hedgerow practices separate the different scenarios. And the expansion of perennial agriculture as modeled by the fourth climate assessment and then adjusted, so the expansion of perennial agriculture was modeled for the fourth climate assessment, California fourth climate assessment, and then adjusted to account for climate and other limitations. Potential above ground carbon stocks increase from growth, and the growth of orchards are significant in the cropland category. But water will be a limiting factor for perennial crops. Next slide, please. All right, let's move on to grasslands. This graph shows the above and below ground carbon biomass stock in these systems. For this sector, BAU represents the management that could be quantified between 2001 and 2014, and this includes prescribed burning and herbicide treatments. Grassland biomass is sensitive to change and can recover quickly, and that's why you see large peaks and valleys here. Scenario 1 results in the lowest carbon stock by 2045. Scenarios with increasing management result in the greatest carbon stocks by 2045. The difference in scenarios is most likely driven by fire risk reduction and increased water yield, actually in the forest and shrubland modeling. This is a good example of how ecosystems can affect one another. This is, and why we chose to model them together. Okay, next slide. So here are the results for shrublands, where we modeled changes in above and below ground carbon stocks. For this sector, BAU again represents the management that could be quantified between 2001 and 2014. And this includes mechanical treatments, mastication, prescribed burning, and herbicide treatments. And there's little difference between the scenario results. Climate is the primary driver of change in these systems, and climate change is driving desertification in shrublands in various parts of the state. All right, next slide, please. Finally, last but far from least, the results for forests were where we modeled sinks and sources from above and below ground carbon stocks. For this sector, the BAU again represents the management that could be quantified between 2001 and 2014, and this includes clear cuts, harvesting, thinning, mechanical treatments, mastication, prescribed burning, and herbicide treatments. All of the treatments in forests, shrublands, and grasslands, in all three of those sectors, total about 250,000 acres combined of treatment per year. That's for the BAU. Here, scenario 1 results in the lowest carbon stock by 2045, primarily because of fire and the reduction in recovery and no carbon in harvested wood products. Scenario 3 management levels early on work to decrease severity of early fires while not negatively impacting overall forest carbon stock. However, early behavior in the modeling is not as indicative as of the impact that management will have as the overall trajectory. These results also, however, are on too short of a time frame to see the true benefit of increased management. Trees take decades to grow, so within 20 years of fuel reduction, we are able to see the carbon loss from reducing fuels, but have yet to fully see the potential impact from increased growth rates or the full impact of increased climate resilience in general. We are currently working on simulating these scenarios to the end of the century and hope to have those results soon. Okay, next slide. Okay, this graph contains the resulting carbon stock graph from all of the modeling put together, overlaid with both our natural and working lands inventory and the results from our meta-analysis on future modeled carbon stock change compared to 2001. The research we reviewed showed here includes every statewide natural and working land modeling effort we could systematically find and demonstrates a wide margin around potential outcomes of carbon stock going forward with both increasing and decreasing stocks. Values below the 0 line are losses of carbon stock here, just like in the preceding graphs. And this research review included all above and below ground live and dead and soil carbon stocks, with the exception of wetlands. And as you can see here, even with this wide margin, the overall trend for the carbon stock in the research we reviewed demonstrates a possible decrease in carbon stock into the future, and our initial modeling results directionally and proportionally align with this research review. Next slide, please. One more slide on results, putting our natural and working land modeling in the frame of achieving carbon neutrality by no later than 2045, which requires us to think about annual emissions and sequestration rates and not just long-term changes of carbon stocks. So these graphs show the 5-year moving average of the CO2e sequestration or emissions at 2 different timeframes, 2035 and 2045, and it shows it by land type. Okay, so for example, the 2035 numbers are the average CO2e either sequestered or emitted from 2030 to 2035. And you can see that our modeling estimates in 2035, the carbon stocks modeled on our natural and working lands may be a net source of emissions. However, in 2045, natural and working lands have the potential to be a sink. And if you look back at the previous line graphs that I just showed, different time slices will result in different emissions and sequestration rates. And this is caused by many factors, but primarily because climate goes through periodic oscillations such as El Nino, La Nina events, and these oscillations will result in better growing conditions and fewer fires in some years than others. All right, next slide. Okay, however, as we have said since our very first workshop, we are not only looking at carbon when deciding upon a natural and working land target. We are also working hard to quantify as many co-benefits as we can to help us fully understand the impact that climate change and management will have on natural and working lands. Here are the main co-benefits that we will have completed for this scoping plan. Wildfire emissions from forests, shrublands, and grasslands. Water availability from forest, shrublands, and grassland watersheds. Health benefits and outcomes from reduced wildfire emissions. And costs of management strategy implementation and the cost savings from improved health benefits. These co-benefits will improve our understanding of how climate action will help improve our systems. So here are, next slide, please. So here are a few of the key takeaways from these modeling results. Modeling of natural and working lands undertaken for the 2022 scoping plan shows the magnitude of carbon loss possible by 2045 and underscores the need for active management to reduce this loss and improve ecosystem health. Healthy living systems will always be cycling carbon and nitrogen. The extent to which that cycling results in net sequestration and improvements of water use depend on active stewardship and management. Forests, shrublands, chaparral, and grasslands see benefits in reduced fire emissions and co-benefits from increased management, which we are working on quantifying now. Investments in healthy soils practices in annual croplands increase soil carbon. Expanding the deployment of urban tree canopy, wetland restoration, healthy soils practices, and organic farming deliver carbon sequestration and reduced emissions. While the future is uncertain, we do know that climate smart and regenerative land management are important elements of California's climate action portfolio. And so it is important to enhance our ecosystem health and diversify our management across landscapes to reduce risk to unknowable or unforeseeable future events. Also, there are limits to what we could model. And it's important to remember that even though some things are not currently modeled, they can also improve carbon and ecosystem outcomes. For example, reductions possible from decreased nitrogen application and improved nitrogen management under organic and healthy soils and fertilizer efficiency practices. Additional sequestration is possible from additional actions in irrigated pasture lands, grasslands, shrublands, chaparral, forests, and pretty much all land types. Non-modeled landscapes, for example, seagrasses and seaweeds, coastal wetlands, and other lands provide additional opportunities as well. Accelerating the pace of climate change calls for new expanded monitoring approaches to assess risks and benefits of natural and working lands. Next slide.
All right, thank you, Adam. That was a great presentation. And we will now move on to the beginning, the public participation part of this section of the workshop. We are now going to invite the advisory, well, let's see, first we'll have the EJ Advisory Committee members will be invited to provide comments and ask questions, and then we will invite the other, well, then we'll take a break and then we'll invite the other attendees. So again, as a reminder, to ask a question or make a comment, use the raise hand function in the GoToWebinar tool, which should be located to the right of your screen. When staff calls your name, please unmute yourself by clicking the red button. Proceed to introduce yourself. The red arrow at the top of the toolbar will expand the control panel for more options. So now I will ask my colleague Trish Johnson if you can help facilitate the EJ Advisory Committee members. Trish, are there any members of the EJ Advisory Committee with their hands raised?
Hi, Maureen. This is Trish, and I do not see any members of the EJ Advisory Committee with their hands raised to comment right now.
Okay, well, let's then move into our lunch break a little bit early. Or are there any EJ Advisory Committee members now, Trish?
Yes, I do see one. I do see Matt Holmes.
Yeah, hey, sorry, I appreciate it. I was trying to wait for more seasoned committee members on the NWL to speak, kind of a third tier intellectual on this concept. But I appreciated the more complete modeling provided by Dr. Moreno, and I just, this is a lot for me to respond to on the fly, but I think we certainly need time in our working group to interrogate the new modeling resources that we haven't had up until now. And so I hope we could maybe get some dedicated time in one of our working group sessions, Trish, with the good doctor and his awesome maps. And the only comment I would say is that the co-benefits slide, and I'm sorry, I did have to miss about 20 minutes in the middle of that for an emergency, but that the co-benefits slide still seems to, maybe this isn't the right forum for it, but it still seems to focus on strictly ecological co-benefits, right? Like, so the quality of water coming out of a forest, or a host of other strictly ecological benefits. And I think when we're talking about what California is investing in, we can also be talking about how those investments actually benefit the people living in and around those landscapes. Because at the end of the day, the most dangerous substance in any landscape is human brain tissue and the choices we make in those landscapes. So I don't know how that works into the model, but I think it definitely works into how we weight the scenarios at the end of this process. And I just, I'm struggling to see the human interactions with the model clearly. Not that you haven't done that homework, but look forward to understanding it better and describing how we can invest in both people and places in a way that helps reduce our climate risk. So thank you.
Hey, Matt, this is Matt Bartel. Just appreciate the comments, and absolutely, I think it would be great to spend some time with the EJAC members, and particularly those on the Natural Working Lands Work Group, and walk through some of these modeling results with you all. Happy to do that, and make sure that we have time from Adam and others to do that.
Awesome, Matt. Yeah, I think we got one coming up that Trish and I are working on. So we'll be sure to send that out to all of you.
Okay, Trish, do we have any other EJ Advisory Committee members with their hands raised?
No, I do not see any other EJAC members.
All right, then let's proceed to a break. We will resume the workshop at 12:30. All right, everybody, welcome back to the workshop. We are ready to begin the public participation part of the Natural and Working Lands presentation. So please raise your hand virtually, and we have a number of people who have already raised their hand. So I will pass it back to my colleague Jordan Ramalingam, and we can proceed.
Great, thank you, Maureen. All right, our first three commenters will be Suzanne McCain, Jean Merle, and Paul Mason. So Suzanne, go ahead and unmute yourself and make your comment. Suzanne, you'll have to unmute on your side as well. We can't hear you yet.
Sorry about that. My question is regarding forest. So California is 33 million acres of forest land, and that's a third of the state's total land. But the last presentation talked about 250,000 acres of combined treatment annually, and stated that there's going to be forest modeling and forest management in a separate presentation or a separate project. How is that going to be addressed?
Yeah, great question. Okay, so that 250,000 acres is our BAU amount of treatment. So that's what we quantified is our current level of management, at least between 2001 and 2014, where we had the data available to make that quantification. For the alternative scenarios, all of the alternative scenarios have different levels of management, from no management at all to 1 million acres, 2.5 million acres, and 5 million acres of management per year. And you can find all of those particulars in our revised scenario document. Okay, and then the additional modeling that I was referring to was continuing those simulations out to the end of the century. So I was showing modeling results to 2045 because that's our target year in AB 32. But we're also wanting to simulate those ecosystems for a longer time period because, like I had mentioned, takes a long time for forests to grow and respond to management. So that's what that additional modeling was about. It's about just extending those scenarios to the end of the century. So, thanks.
So all of these numbers that we're looking at as far as carbon goes don't reflect the impact of wildfires and don't reflect any efforts to reduce wildfire, to mitigate wildfire in order to improve air quality and to reduce the amount of CO2s emitted, because that seems like it's having a dramatic impact not only on California but those of us downwind.
Yeah, so the modeling that we did that I showed, the results do incorporate the impact that wildfire has and also climate change and management on these systems. So behind all of these line graphs is this dynamic modeling that simulates how forests, shrublands, grasslands grow and die in response to climate and management. And then fire in the system is also responsive to climate and management and the vegetation on the landscape, and also the water that flows through the system. Also influences all of those things. So all of the results, especially for grasslands, shrubland, chaparral, and forests, do take into account fire, drought, and management within all of those systems. We are in the process of quantifying the fire emissions and speciating them, and then figuring out the health impacts of the associated wildfire emissions and the emissions reductions associated with the fuel reduction treatment that we modeled for the different scenarios. So, next.
Thanks, Adam. Next question is from Jean Merrill. Jean, go ahead and unmute yourself and you can begin.
Great, thanks so much. Jeannie Merrill with the California Climate and Agriculture Network. Thanks very much for today's presentation. I have two questions and a comment. The first question, going back to slide 14, for scenario 2, it summarizes the implementation strategies. So for example, with forests, it says 1 million acres per year treated with management. With croplands, for example, it says achieve 25% organic ag, and wetlands, it's restore 18,000. I won't summarize all of them. But then if you go to scenario 3, the number of acres treated per year for forests increase up to 2.5 million. For croplands, it goes down 20% organic agriculture by 2045. And for wetlands, it goes up. So I'm confused by that, where with some land types, the climate strategies are increasing, forest, wetlands, for example. In croplands, it's going down. Similarly, it was going down with developed lands. In scenario 2, it's 200% increase in investment, but by scenario 3, it's just 20%. So croplands, developed lands, it's going down. Forests, wetlands, it's going up. So that's one question, why the difference there? And then the second question is on slide 29. It would suggest that the BAU case, business as usual, by the year 2045 is the best thing to do in terms of having sinks. But I'm confused by that, and confused by the sort of mixing and matching of the scenarios, where some scenarios are increasing management, others are decreasing management. So I don't quite understand that. And it would seem by the modeling that CARB is saying business as usual is the best thing to do to increase carbon sinks across natural working land. So if you could speak to that, I'd appreciate that. And then lastly, I'm deeply concerned that the ag cropland scenarios do not include nitrogen. We've talked about this to suggest that agriculture is a net source of emissions, but you're not actually including nitrous oxide emissions in the modeling is highly problematic. So I don't know how we can use the modeling outcomes to inform the scoping plan when they're so limited in scope and not representative of, if a farmer is adding on a healthy soils practice, compost, mulch, cover crops, that will necessarily also impact their synthetic fertilizer use, but none of that is reflected in the modeling. Organic agriculture is not allowed to use synthetic fertilizer, but that's not reflected in the modeling. So I don't know how these outcomes will inform the scoping plan. It's very concerning. And we'd like to either see a redo on the modeling, or perhaps not include the croplands modeling to help inform the scoping plan, because it's simply inadequate. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeannie. Looks like my camera is not working. Let me see if I can get that squared away really quickly. Sorry. There we go. Thanks, Jeannie, for the comments. So just on the composition of the scenarios, I will, point back to some of the descriptions that we have in the scenarios that are posted publicly online. And when we started to think about how we approach the levels of management actions across the different landscapes and in the individual scenarios, we were trying to line up scenarios along common themes. And so why you see this difference from forests, shrublands, and grasslands in the degree of management between alt 1, 2, 3, and 4 versus croplands and wetlands in alts 1, 2, and 3, and 4 really comes back to some of the goals around the strategy. And you can see this even in the results that you pointed out in terms of forests under the BAU and the alternative one initially start off with protection of carbon stocks because of very little management actions will result in a removal of near-term carbon stocks. And so we were prioritizing some of those near-term carbon stock strategies. And for forests, that happens to be, relatively less management strategies. But for croplands and for wetlands, it means more active restoration in the near term, and that's why you have those higher levels of management strategies in that alternative. And then in terms of the specifics about nitrogen cycling in the annual croplands modeling, I'm going to have Adam jump on and respond to those. There are some things that are important to remember that we did include the nitrogen cycling, so that is part of it, but Adam can speak to those pieces.
Yeah, great. Yeah, so the agricultural modeling for annual croplands does include nitrogen and nitrogen cycling. That's why we have slide 22, which is just focused on the carbon stocks in those systems, and then slide 23, which also shows what happens when you take into account the N2O emissions. Okay, and so the only practice that, of course, is of concern that we don't include any change in nitrogen use for is a conversion to organic. And of course, that's important. That's like kind of the whole idea. Switching to organic is to, have a more regenerative system and, better nitrogen use. But in terms of all of the other healthy soils practices, like we do include the change in nitrogen emissions associated with converting to composting. So when it comes to the organic piece, we just don't have the right modeling available in DACENT, which is the model that we're using, to be able to capture the change in switching from a synthetic fertilizer to a non-synthetic fertilizer. That's not compost. And the science isn't quite there to back it up. So in the future, as we go along, yeah, we want to build upon it. We want to be able to capture all of these dynamics and capture all of these actions. But modeling currently doesn't have that ability to do that yet. So.
And I want to respond. I say this piece too, the comment, Jeannie, that you made about BAU, particularly on the forest side, and what the line graphs are showing. So we took great pains to be clear that there's a couple of things that we haven't been able to present yet. We're still working on. One is the effect of these management strategies, a different level of management strategies, particularly the forest sector, on wildfire emissions, on water availability. And then also, as Adam pointed out to the previous commenter, the future trajectory for the forest sector and the other land types by 2100. And so we're absolutely not saying that we shouldn't take any action and that BAU is the course to go here. In fact, I think as we move forward with producing some of the additional analysis, we'll see the effect that the climate smart management practices, particularly for forests, have on decreasing fire emissions, and that brings health and economic benefits with it, as well as water availability benefits. And that's going to be a key decision point as the state considers which strategy to pursue here as part of the scoping plan.
Great, thank you, Matt and Adam. All right, our next commenter is Paul Mason.
Hey, thanks everybody. Paul Mason with Pacific Forest Trust. And first I want to thank you for this really thorough presentation. It's really great to get some of the early insights into how the model runs are coming out. But it is, of course, an awful lot to absorb and react to in real time based on the PowerPoint slides. And so I guess my core question is, when will there be more detail available? And will that include, for example, more of a regional breakdown for some of these different outcomes? Because, just as an example, what we're looking at in the Redwoods is going to be very different than what we're looking at in the Southern Sierras in terms of forest management outcomes and future climate conditions. And also the timing for when we will see some of this additional modeling on fire and water that, again, is going to be really, I think, informative to what scenarios make the most sense. And likewise, and Adam acknowledged this already, that running the model out to 2100 is going to be particularly critical for forests, because honestly, 20 years is just not very much for forests. And we currently have this overly dense condition on the landscape where we have a lot of carbon, but in a very unstable condition. We know we're going to see a lot of near-term emissions as we thin and burn to try and create a more natural density that will recover over time, but we need to actually see that time reflected in the modeling. I guess one or two other thoughts that jump out at me. You know, we talk a lot about the benefits of increasing management, and I'm speaking more to the way we talk about this rather than how it's been modeled. But let's make sure that as we talk about management or forest treatment, that we are keeping some of the nuance there. Not every forest activity improves resilience or long-term carbon stocks. There's a big difference between the sort of ecological thinning and burning that would increase resilience versus some of the intensive management that's just based on commercial harvest, which is going to create a situation that's more challenging in the future. So let's just, as we're talking, be clear that not all management is equivalent. And then I'll just echo Jeannie's observation that I think it's going to be important to recognize what we can lean on the model to tell us and what we're going to need to build into the narrative and the decision making in the scoping plan that's not actually reflected in the model because of the limitations in the modeling or, you know, time constraints, et cetera. With her nitrogen example is a good one. That's probably good for now.
Thanks, Paul. Let me see if I can chunk off some of these. So in terms of being able to produce additional results around fire, water, and the fire emissions more specifically, we're shooting for April to be able to do that and share that with you all. And then just for folks, we also have an upcoming board hearing that will be talking about these outputs from the modeling results as well. So another opportunity for comment and for discussion on these modeling results that we're presenting today. And then Paul, I think one of the next pieces for us will be also producing some additional information around the specific management strategies and the acreage. I get your point in terms of being more specific, and not all management strategies are the same. And there was also some regional variation in where those management strategies were deployed in the modeling work. And Adam gave a little bit of a highlight to that today. And so we can work on that as a follow-up to the workshop to provide a little more clarity on the management strategies in terms of the acreage and some of the locations. That will certainly be part of the write-up for the scoping plan, the draft scoping plan that we intend to release in early May as well. And then I did want to flag too in terms of the regionalization. So what we're trying to do here as part of the scoping plan process is set a statewide target for natural and working lands in support of carbon neutrality. We've presented a couple of key metrics today in terms of carbon stock, as well as the 5-year moving average GHG emissions and sequestration rates. And those are all statewide values, and they are meant to inform kind of our decision on the broader scoping plan for carbon neutrality. I fully expect, and we're seeing this play out right now, that our partner agencies, the Natural Resources Agency, Department of Food and Ag, and others, as they move forward on implementation, they will be taking into consideration the regional needs of individual areas for management strategies. So we are not prescribing in the scoping plan specific management actions by region. That's not the intent. We're looking to do an assessment to create a carbon target for the state, and then looking to our partner agencies, both at the state and local level, to work through what the best management strategies are for the regions based on their needs. And that's also really one of the key themes coming through in terms of the modeling work that we're doing.
Thanks, Matt.
All right, our next 3 commenters are Laura Hayter, followed by Barney Barrier and Patrick Binns. Laura, go ahead.
Hello. You should do a model with all new agriculture being organic. And second, do not cut the large trees that are fire resistant. Only clear the shrubs and dead trees. And also, where is the available land for the public to do organic gardening on now to get started early? Because purchasing land is expensive. Are there any programs for that?
Thanks, Laura. I'm not sure I can comment on existing programs to purchase land for organic farming. That wasn't within the scope of the analysis that we did here. And then just on your first comment with respect to the types of treatments and particularly in the forest sector and the level of biomass removal, there are varying levels of intensity that as you mentioned, and going back to my previous comment, that there are various management strategies with respect to prescribed fire, thinning, mastication, chemical treatments. We've posted those treatments in the scenarios document that is online that Adam mentioned earlier, and they do have varying levels of carbon impacts from those management activities on the forest. So we're not saying this is an effort to do mass clearing of large biomass. There are different levels and different intensities that are reflected in the modeling and in the treatments. Adam, did you want to add anything here?
Yeah, I would just add that all of in the forest, shrubland, chaparral, grassland sectors, the management that we ramp up are fuel reduction treatments. So we do not increase clear cutting, for example. We do increase like lower intensity harvests in certain locations, not everywhere. And so, yeah, just like Matt said, it's regionally specific, and we consulted with CAL FIRE and the Forest Service on figuring out like exactly where we should be doing what and things. So yeah, fuel reduction was the name of the game for the management, not cutting big trees.
Next, we have Barney Barrier. Barney, go ahead and unmute yourself and you can begin. Barney, you'll have to unmute on your end as well. Okay, Barney, we'll come back to you. Patrick Binns, go ahead.
Hello. Hi, thank you for hosting this interesting conversation. It's very important. I have two questions. First one is when you've already said that you're not really looking terribly close at chemical fertilizer replacements, but you acknowledge it's a component. A couple things I've mentioned there is, are you looking at correlations between the requirements for more organic agricultural practices, which includes crop residue, manure recycling, lots of composting, and other aspects for soil amendments? Are you correlating those needs for those feedstocks with the biojet and biofuel projected needs that were discussed earlier this morning? I think we really need to make a clear recognition for policymakers that the biomass that we're talking about converting for productive uses, we really need to look at it primarily for its soil amendment purposes and long-term sustainability and regeneration of farmlands, and be very careful that we're not double and triple counting that biomass material, whether it's forest waste that could be made into biochar for soil amendments as opposed to biojet and at a much more appropriate scalable factor. I think that needs to be addressed even if the model does not yet have good quantified numbers for that. The second question I'd raise is when you talk about climate smart agriculture, I think you should draw attention to increased crop rotation cycles where you are intermingling different types of crops that either enhance the soil, that are fixing nitrogen, as well as your cash crop when talking about the potential emission reductions of a longer crop rotation cycle. And of course, if you look at long rotation cycles, it means you also need to think about the market issues to enable farmers to have markets for those crop rotation products when they're harvested in a 3 or 5 year cycle. So could you comment on those two things, please? Thank you.
Yeah, Thank you so much for the suggestions. I actually want to encourage you to, it's also, and this goes for everyone on the line here, to submit written comments to the comment docket. As far as the first question goes, important consideration, so a good question in terms of as we model some of these management activities for particularly, forest shrublands and grasslands, and as well as, on the cropland side, there is an interplay here in terms of the biomass availability that would also potentially be available for energy and non-energy purposes, as you called out. And so, yeah, we are keeping an eye on that. We've made some connections between the modeling results to show kind of the conversion of some of the biomass material into energy products. This is a thing that we are working on actively right now. And the idea, obviously, and you said it, is to not create a situation where we're doing natural working lands actions for energy purposes. It's a complementary strategy in the sector. It's not the reason we manage these lands. And then in terms of the second comment, I would just encourage you to submit written comments. From what I'm aware of, we don't have the kind of cropping rotation aspects within the modeling right now, but look forward to seeing some additional feedback from you on that one.
Thanks, Matt. I'm going to come back to Barney Barrier. Barney, go ahead and unmute on your end, and let's give this another try.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, well, gosh, I have a long and inglorious history with CARB. We were working on hydrogen fuel cell integration methods way back at the turn of the century. And now I have the opportunity to work in hydrogen again. I've been working on biomass in the forest region in North Fork and up in Quincy area for about the last 30 years. So we're converting biomass, ag and WUI and forest into hydrogen. And then the byproduct is biochar. And in this kind of era of approaching droughts and everything else, those are all kind of mutually beneficial. And so I don't know how exactly, the gentleman who preceded me was talking about not using them for both things, but we're making energy out of the biomass, and then the byproduct is the biochar. So I'm wondering if there's going to be any standard by CARB, number one, for including biochar as a carbon that we can actually hold in our hand that is sequestered and then perhaps put into fuel. We're doing a walnut shell project right now, and that carbon is very good for water filtration and air filtration, similar to coconut carbon. So that's kind of how we're going to classify that. And then also, I'm noticing that the LCF credits are more for, at least as we've read them, and our consultants have read them, Lifestyles is our consultant, we're wondering if the LCFs are going to include biomass generated hydrogen. So far, the LCF credits seem to only acknowledge green hydrogen in the form of electrolysis. So those are my two questions.
All right, thanks for that. Let me start with the second one, and just from a high level, the low carbon fuel standard has a pathway process to submit pathways around various fuel production, and there is the opportunity there for a fuel producer to come in and submit a pathway around biomass to hydrogen for use in the transportation sector. So there's no prohibition there. It's an opportunity that exists within the program. And then in terms of the overall carbon accounting piece for the scoping plan. So for the scoping plan, as Adam mentioned in his presentation, various management activities from the forest sector are going to generate various residues. A portion of those residues we are going to, we have been working with E3 on, assuming that those are biomass residues available for things like hydrogen production. And then there is a kind of remaining carbon stock that exists in stored wood products. So those could be like durable wood products, or it could be products like biochar we are, retaining that carbon and in the modeling so as not to show an emission from it. We're not necessarily including the specific strategies for that remaining carbon pool, but we are, flagging it as an opportunity for the state to continue to have carbon storage as opposed to emissions that might come from things like, converting over to a biofuel and combusting it with. Jordan?
Thanks, Matt. So we have 13 hands raised right now. So the next 3 will be George Paridis, followed by Asha Sharma and Susie Boyd. George, go ahead and unmute yourself and you can begin.
Thanks, Jordan, Matt, and Adam. Thank you very much for your time and the presentation here. So I'd like to ask a synthesizing question here to shed some light into this perceived debate of nature-based carbon removal versus engineered carbon removal. And so, Adam, based on your analysis here, the results, your knowledge and perspective, given the land area required, the magnitude of removals, or if you look at the other side of the axis in several cases, the continued emissions from some of these subsectors, and also the uncertainty in the end result and the potential risk of reversal of removal, what is your take on whether California could rely solely on natural solutions to remove the carbon that it needs to remove, or whether we have a necessary synergy here between natural and engineered removal? Thank you.
Thanks, George. Let me take a first shot here and see if Adam also wants to jump in. So what we're presenting today is the outcomes from the carbon stock modeling that Adam has been working on with a number of other technical staff. And I think one of the key messages, and you probably saw this in some of the later slides that Adam was presenting, is just the change in greenhouse gas flux that happens across the time scales that we're looking at on natural working lands. But it also highlights the fact that under some of the scenarios on the energy side, where we were looking at remaining emissions from our energy use and from our fugitive emissions from our non-combustion emissions, that there's still going to be a fair bit of emissions remaining in the system. Natural working lands can play a key part in helping to reduce emissions, but there will probably still, even with the contributions from natural working lands, be a role there where you're going to see need for engineered carbon removal to help us get to carbon neutrality by either 2035 or 2045. Adam, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, so I think one of the key takeaways or positive outcomes from this modeling that kind of got lost in it was that we can increase ecosystem resilience and ecosystem health without negatively impacting very much our carbon stock or our carbon emissions from natural and working lands. So for example, we were modeling millions and millions of acres of fuel reduction treatments in fuels, chaparral, shrublands, grasslands. And you could think, well, maybe all of that fuel reduction will greatly negatively impact our ecosystem. But what we're showing is through our scenarios and our modeling that you can reduce that wildfire risk, reduce those the wildfire emissions, increase our public health benefit while still not negatively impacting the carbon stocks. So I think that is a big positive outcome from this modeling. In terms of the directionality of carbon stocks within California, the science shows from our literature review and our modeling is in line that most likely going into the future, California as a whole will lose carbon stocks in natural and working lands. So that's what the science is saying, that's what the modeling is saying. So that's all I can really comment on. So thanks.
Thank you, Adam. The next commenter will be Asha Sharma. Asha, go ahead and unmute. There we go.
Great, thank you. Asha Sharma with Pesticide Action Network. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much for all of this really hard work. Really great to see some of the results. And Pesticide Action Network is excited to see organic agriculture be modeled and included. However, the modeling target is quite low. Organic acreage only makes up 30% of total ag acreage by 2045 in the maximum feasible scenario. So my first question is just how was this maximum feasible percentage determined? And then my second question is a large concern of EJ communities across agricultural regions in California continues to be chemical pesticide exposure. And I was surprised to see pesticides are completely omitted from the cropland modeling scenarios and were in fact included as a management strategy in the forestry and grassland sectors in the modeling. We've also commented previously about how certain climate smart agriculture practices modeled in these scenarios, such as no-till and reduced till, can increase herbicide dependency and use in conventional industrial agricultural systems. And under these scenarios, we are assuming that the large majority, at least 70% of farmers, will still be conventional by 2045. And it looks like CARB plans to model public health benefits of the scenarios, but not health consequences like increased pesticide use. So my question is just, why is this? Why aren't health consequences also being looked at? And also, what actions are you planning to take about the fact that the scoping plan can now actively incentivize increased pesticide use in multiple areas, depending on, of course, the final modeling results? So that's my last question. Thank you.
Hey, yeah. Matt, did you want to go first?
Yeah, sorry, we both popped on camera there at the same time. Thanks, Asha. Appreciate the comments and the continued engagement. So I did want to just note that as part of the pesticides piece, and we have been receiving a number of comments and requests, and particularly from our Farmers Advisory Committee to look at this. We have been coordinating really closely with DPR as part of this process. And then we've also been, as we mentioned in this presentation, looking at how to model organic agriculture, because we've been able to pull from comment letters and the research synthesis the effect that organic ag will have on increasing carbon stocks and model that, given that what we are focusing on for the scoping plan is the greenhouse gas emissions trajectory for California. So we know that there's more work to be done here on pesticides. I will also say that to the extent that the deployment of specific healthy soils practices or different additional organic ag practices will support health outcomes, we welcome that input. There's the implementation of the scoping plan and the implementation of programs that comes post scoping plan, and how those practices get rolled out through, whether it's funding with individual state agencies or it's new programs that get spun up, making sure that it's done in a way that doesn't increase health impacts to already overburdened communities is an important priority for us and for the board. And so, this goes directly to the pesticides piece. Adam, do you want to add anything here in terms of how we got to the 30% in scenario one?
Yeah. So actually, this 30% comes from your comment letter, Asha. So in the previous workshop, you had suggested that we include organic agriculture totaling 30% of total agricultural acreage. So that's where this 30% comes from. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks, Adam.
All right, our next commenter is Susie Boyd. Susie, go ahead.
Hi, I want to first thank Dr. Moreno for an excellent presentation today, and specifically for presenting a slide analysis specific to the desert region. We comprise 25% of the entire state, so we are a very important and critical ecosystem for this effort. I want to point out that the process for carbon sequestration differs significantly between forest and desert ecosystems. In the desert, the vast majority of carbon is stored underground in roots and soil in the caliche layer, and 10% of the state's carbon is stored in our desert region. international researchers estimate that soil inorganic carbon found in arid and semi-arid lands account for 1/3 of soil carbon pools. So my question is, does the modeling process account for soil inorganic carbon?
Hey, yeah, great question. No is the short answer. The modeling does not include inorganic soil carbon. It is not a component of any of the large-scale biogeochemical models that we can use to assess this. Additionally, it's not included in our natural working land inventory because there is no inventory sufficient to monitor changes in inorganic carbon. So unfortunately, it can't be included. However, that being said, we recognize the importance of these systems. So even though we can't quantify inorganic carbon, where we recognize that there is substantial carbon in inorganic carbon, we are still including in our scenarios conservation of these lands up to 100% conservation in one particular scenario. So even though we can't include inorganic carbon in the modeling or in our inventory, we're still trying to include them as part of the solution moving forward within our scenarios. Thanks.
Thank you. I wanted to make a point of saying that we are very pleased to hear that carbon sequestration, not included in the modeling process, will be recognized and considered in the effort. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next three commenters will be Jeffrey Kreck, Evan Edgar, and Sarah Aird. Jeffrey, you can unmute and begin.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Jeff Creek with the Carbon Cycle Institute. And we will be submitting written comments as well. But thanks very much for this presentation and for the opportunity to speak. I think our primary concern is that CARB's modeled soil carbon stocks appear to significantly underestimate total soil carbon stocks in the state, at least in terms of their relative contribution to total carbon in California. This underestimation seems to be driven by the decision to look only at the top 30 centimeters of soil, even though certainly in the state's cropland soils, we certainly have much greater soil depth, and there is data available that both includes soil depth and soil organic carbon to depth across California. Overall, of course, globally, mass of soil carbon organic carbon is greater than the combined mass of carbon contained in the atmosphere and in living biomass combined. So we are confused by that. This leads to what we think is CARB's extremely low acreage estimates for cropland soil carbon enhancement in each of the proposed alternative scenarios. Even the maximum cropland scenario only engages 100,000 acres annually, which is actually less than is currently engaged by NRCS and CDFA climate smart ag programs each year. We find the example scenarios, although we recognize those are simply 4 scenarios out of potentially millions that could have been selected, we find those 4 example scenarios somewhat curious. It's hard to believe that anybody at CARB believes that a no forest management option is feasible for California at this point, or that we could achieve a 5.5 million acre treatment by 2030. Given, as Dr. Moreno pointed out, we're currently treating something on the order of 250,000 acres annually. As Jeannie Merrill raised, it's hard to understand why cropland acreage declines in those scenarios, while forest land and other land types treatment increases. There seems to be a negative correlation there that doesn't seem to be based in reality. Ultimately, as Dr. Moreno pointed out, failure to model the reduced use of synthetic nitrogen obviously has significant impacts on the implications of cropland management across California. And we think that question should be linked to the whole issue of Senate Bill 1383 and the increased availability and use of compost and mulch across the state, particularly on croplands, and the potential there for those amendments to provide a significant pulse of carbon to those soils over the long term. The assumption that perennial crops are sequestering carbon in above ground biomass is questionable when we look at the whole system, including the soil system. And I think, again, the role of compost and mulch in those perennial systems should be considered. In grasslands, looking only at prescribed burning and herbicide use as management tools, I think is a very limiting framework, particularly as we see an effort to reduce herbicide use across the state. The potential for prescribed grazing and for compost applications on grazed grasslands in California, which has been well studied and well modeled for the state, I think should be considered here. Interesting, Dr. Moreno's point that climate is currently driving desertification in shrub and chaparral systems in California. I think we could extend that to our croplands and our grasslands as well. And again, underscoring the urgency of this work and how critical it is that we identify opportunities to enhance ecosystem carbon, particularly long-lived soil carbon across the state of California. Ultimately, I think we'd like to see the state's natural working land strategy reflect a more ambitious attempt to enhance carbon capture and storage in the state's ecosystems. Clearly, as Dr. Moreno showed, the general trend is looking downward, and it's not a trend we can afford to continue in California. So every opportunity should be identified for carbon enhancement in our working lands. So with that, I'll close and we will submit written comments. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Appreciate the feedback. Just a couple of points that I wanted to touch on. So with respect to the scale of healthy soils practices in the alternatives, we did work really closely with our partners at Food and Ag on the acreage numbers that we have across the 4 different scenarios. And our understanding is that under Alt 1, what that represents is approximately a 10-fold increase in healthy soils practices by acreage. And happy to take some more feedback on those pieces and kind of circle with CDFA on it as well. So I just wanted to clarify that that in our eyes is a significant expansion of those practices. And then in terms of the soil carbon pieces, Jeff, you know, we agree there's a huge opportunity here. You know, there's limitations in terms of what we can assess, and we want to be able to reflect that there are many opportunities for many of these landscapes to go beyond what some of the carbon storage values are that we've been able to model here, and we are, you know, looking forward to being able to continue to build out this analytical process for the scoping plan in future efforts. You know, we're going to be charting a course to carbon neutrality here. We're going to be reevaluating as part of future scoping plans, and hopefully we can do this modeling in a bigger and deeper way as part of subsequent efforts as well. Adam, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I have a few comments. Yeah, so first back to the soils. Yeah, so for the most part, we are assessing the top 30 centimeters, and that is because also our inventory assesses the top 30 centimeters. And that is primarily because empirical data, which is, you know, actually going around and taking soil samples, quantifies the top 30 centimeters. And soil is by far the hardest carbon pool to quantify on large scales. I mean, even on small scales. But when we're talking about the state, we are working hard within CARB to improve the soil carbon portion of our inventory. It's a continuous process. And as we improve, hopefully we get to the point where we can actually be assessing those long-term changes in the entire soil profile. But the science isn't there on large scales yet. Additionally, you mentioned the no management scenario for forest, shrublands, chaparral, grasslands, and then also the 5 million acre scenario. And why would we model those? I think it gets back to your last comment, which was trying to find a scenario in which we get the most carbon out of the system. And so we just asked ourselves, what if we just stopped removing carbon from the landscape? What if we didn't cut another tree? Period. What does that do? Maybe that results in the most carbon. Turns out it doesn't in our modeling. What if we did way more fuels reduction treatment than the million acre strategy, which is what currently, the state and the federal government have planned. So these are really bookends to try to see, what happens within any sort of realm of possible actions that we could take. And then, you mentioned composting, for example, that is included in our model. And so we do model the impacts of compost on annual croplands, at least, and the associated nitrogen emission reduction associated with composting in particular, switching from a synthetic fertilizer to compost. And then, yeah, so the other actions you were speaking about on rangelands, pasture lands, like prescribed grazing and composting on those lands. Right, yeah, there was a trade-off here when we were thinking about how to model those sorts of lands, because not every model can model everything, right? So we decided to model shrublands and grasslands within the model that could simulate how fire and water will affect the systems and work between systems. And so the trade-off there was that we couldn't include some of these like agricultural practices like composting, or we couldn't include prescribed grazing within that model. But it isn't to say we can't in the future, as we go forward, start to incorporate more practices as the modeling improves. Anyway, that's it. Thanks.
All right, our next comment will come from Evan Edgar. Evan, go ahead. Evan, you need to unmute on your end as well.
Hello, my name is Evan Edgar. I'm the engineer for the California Compost Coalition, and our members make most of their organic compost in the state of California, 1 million tons a year, and we're certified with CDFA, have a certified organic compost, and we promote the use of compost on sustainable, organic, and regenerative agriculture. We were involved in the last scoping plan 5 years ago, where we made a big push towards that, and over the last 5 years, we've been working on the CDFA and CARB with the January 2019 draft of the California 2030 Natural Working Plans, Climate Change Implementation Plan, and there was a big commitment by CARB, which I'm hearing, to roll that plan into the recent scoping plan update. Thus, we have this call today. One thing that CARB is missing from, which we've been promoting, is inclusion of short-lived climate pollutants. In order to make compost, we get our feedstocks that have normally gone to a landfill making methane, which is a short-lived climate pollutants. And unfortunately, we're not getting much play on that, but we're getting great opportunity here. We also make biochar as well and mix it with our compost to sequester carbon. One of the things that I noticed on slide number 23, it said that you're not modeling the reduction in synthetic fertilizer use and associated potential reduction in emissions not being modeled. What I'm hearing from previous comments on the scoping plan that there's a life cycle analysis for pesticide use as being as a big aspect to name that as well as fertilizer. So we definitely want to include the reduction of fertilizer and pesticides in the plight where we produce more organic compost while reducing short-lived climate pollutants. As part of that draft working plan on January 2019, there's a figure 7. It was a huge commitment by CARB to include those numerics into this current scoping plan. And some numbers is up to 21,000 acres per year for mulching on cropland management, up to 21 acres per year increase till 2030 on annual cropland, up to 42 acres per year on perennial cropland, and up to 4,200 acres per year for both non-irrigated rangeland and irrigated pasture land. So within your modeling, I heard that you guys are including it by tenfold, Is it greater than some of these numbers in Figure 7 or less? And how does your current modeling reflect the commitment on Figure 7? Thank you for the comments and appreciate a response. And the California Compost Coalition will be submitting comments before April 4th. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Evan. I don't think we have the numbers on the composting and the acreage in front of us right now, but happy to circle back on that in the future here. I just a couple of points to your comments. The we did have assumptions in this morning's presentation on the pathways modeling from E3 around meeting the 1383 targets, and that includes also the direction for reduction in landfilling. And as part of that work in the scenarios for this morning session, we did have some assumptions about meeting the 1383 75% targets, what that could mean in terms of also being able to create both biomethane and compost. And so that is part of the overall scoping plan strategy. I just want to be clear on that piece. It's, you know, what we're talking about here on the natural working land side is the opportunity that we have to be able to apply that compost that's generated through the 1383 programs into our lands. Yeah, I'm not sure if Adam, if you've got anything else to jump in here and add, but feel free to do so.
No, I think you covered it.
Okay.
Thanks, Matt. The next three will be Stephen Rosenblum, followed by Michael Wara and Rebecca Weber. Stephen, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Steve Rosenblum. I live in Palo Alto, and I'm a sort of a novice in regard to this stuff. I'm more of a general climate warrior, but I was disappointed, I think, to conclude that the top line conclusion of this is that because 85% of California's natural and working lands are forest and shrublands, and that the treatments necessary to reduce wildfire actually reduce carbon storage over the long term, that natural and working lands, according to the present modeling, will be a net carbon source rather than a carbon sink, at least until 2035. And that to me is very, if that's true, that's pretty disappointing, because as a climate warrior, I had always hoped that we could, if we treated nature right, that nature could save us. But I'd like to have one of you comment on whether that's a correct conclusion. Thank you.
Yeah, well, we share your disappointment. Well, first off, you know, one of the scenarios we modeled for the forest, shrubland, grassland category was to do no more management at all from 25 to 2025 on, to see if that would change outcomes. And actually it doesn't. We still lose carbon under that scenario even. So, and actually we lose more carbon than if we continued management. And so the management actually will result in better carbon outcomes, especially if we're just thinking about carbon. But also the management results in lower fire emissions and things like that. So yeah, it's and this isn't just our outcome. Like I showed in the graph that shows our literature review, any modeling that's been done specific to California, statewide, that includes multiple natural and working land types, for the most part, project future losses in California's natural and working land. And if you just think about like first principles, this kind of makes sense, unfortunately. We are on the front lines of climate change, and we have desertification happening in the south. We have increased wildfires happening, you know, all throughout the state. We have large-scale forest mortality events happening because of increased drought, and droughts are continuing and are projected to increase in size and severity. And so that's just the situation that natural and working lands are in. And so it's really about how do we increase the health of our ecosystems so that they can weather future climate change impacts, and how can we improve the co-benefits associated with natural and working lands so that as climate change worsens into the future, hopefully it doesn't, but if it does, that these ecosystems are as stable as we could possibly make them to any sort of change, whether foreseeable or unforeseeable, into the future. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump in here with a slightly more positive message. I mean, I think Adam's right, but obviously, just thinking about some of the other land types and some of the results that we saw here, which is that investment in things like our healthy soils practices and organic ag, urban forestry, they have the potential to increase our stored carbon on the landscape and help us in terms of dealing with emissions that are coming from other sources. And I would also say that there are opportunities to similar to the forest sector on croplands and in wetlands to reduce the potential for those to have additional emissions, and that takes active management, takes investment into those practices and those lands so that we can have them help in terms of our climate objectives. All right, Jordan, next one.
All right, next commenter is Michael Wara. Michael, go ahead.
Hey, thanks so much for allowing me to comment. My name's Michael Wara. I'm from Stanford University Climate and Energy Policy Program. I have a question about the modeling in particular, and I'm not sure quite how folks who work with this model pronounce the acronym, but the RESIS model. You said that you incorporate wildfire into the modeling approach. The documentation for RESIS suggests that something called a temporal event control file describes the timing and nature of wildfires that are, fed to the model. And that implies that you have to have some sort of a separate model for generating, when and where wildfires occur in order to get at sort of the effect on carbon in natural and working lands. And I guess I'm wondering, what rate, I think there's a lot of uncertainty, to say the least, about wildfire projections into the future, even into the short-term future, even into the next decade to 2 decades, that have to do both with vapor pressure deficit and the evolution of atmospheric conditions, as well as potentially limits associated with fuel, right? If we burn 2 to 4 million acres a year in the Sierra, at some point fire becomes fuel limited. And so I guess I'm just curious if you could talk more about what model you're using to generate that file that's an important input to your work, and kind of what your view is of those issues and uncertainties.
Yeah, great question. So that documentation is outdated, that you must have found online. So the most recent versions of RESIS have a dynamic fire model built into the model. So we're not predetermining fire sizes or severities or locations. The fire actually responds to the vegetation on the ground and climate conditions, vegetation moisture and things like that. And topography, all of those things. So essentially what happens is we're modeling various watersheds around the state. The fires occur somewhat randomly within the watershed, and then based on the climate at the time of the start, where it starts with the topography and what sort of vegetation is on the ground, the fire can spread or it dies off. The fire dies off because maybe there's no fuel for the fire to carry, there's no, the fuels are too wet, so on and so forth. Maybe there's no ladder fuels to get into the crown, that's also a part of it. So in this model, we can remove the ladder fuels, so then ground fires can go and not get into the crown, or you let the ladder fuels grow and then they get into the crown. We see those dynamics in the model. And so we can assess like how fuels reduction treatments will decrease either the intensity or sizes of these fires. And there was another point that you were making. Yeah, we don't predetermine the fires. Yes, of course, no future projection of such dynamics is absolutely perfect. Oh yeah, it does occur in our model that fires become fuel limited after, you know, a decade or two of extremely large, severe wildfires. We do see that fuel limitation within the dynamics of this particular model. So, and we parameterize those the fire events to, you know, historic things like fire return intervals that we see in the past. So that's how the fire model works. I hope that answered your question. Thanks.
Thanks, Adam. I want to do a quick time check. We're scheduled to move on to the next agenda item at 1:45. So let's see how many we can get through in the next 10 minutes. So Rebecca Weber, you are next. Rebecca, you're self-muted. There we go.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you so much. Rebecca Weber here with California Certified Organic Farmers, CCOF. Wanted to echo some other stakeholders' input of appreciation for the inclusion of organic agriculture in this modeling. Three things to just comment on. One, on page 23, to make the statement that all scenarios are net emitters because of nitrous oxide when synthetic fertilizer use is not modeled seems misleading. As you noted, synthetic fertilizers are prohibited in organic agriculture. And then I also just wanted to echo two earlier comments, one from Asha from PAN about the value of increasing organic agriculture adoption beyond 30% by 2045, as well as Jeannie's comment from earlier from CalCan around the composition of scenarios being confusing and why management strategies wouldn't increase across scenarios for different landscapes. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Hi, yeah, thanks. Yes, we hear the criticism about the synthetic fertilizer not being included in, or that is to say, the transition from synthetic fertilizer to some other non-compost form of fertilizer not being included in the model. Yes, we hear you. We will try to include something moving forward. And then in terms of the scenarios, Matt had addressed that earlier. We had worked with CDFA to come up with maximum amount of action that can be taken on annual agriculture, and then wanted to see what the different levels of action would result in statewide. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Next is John Botteroff. John, go ahead. John, you'll have to unmute yourself as well. There we go.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. So I just had a couple of comments. First of all, thanks obviously for allowing us to make comment and everything. But I did want to ask, why are biomass and biofuels being considered? CARB is about stopping air pollution. That's part of the mandate. So ultimately we need to stop burning stuff. Burning biomass and biofuels releases carbon dioxide and particulate matter. Growing crops just to make fuel, is not carbon neutral. We need to not only reduce carbon, but we also need to, protect our air as well. So I wanted to get some information about that. I also wanted to say I agree with the comments about stopping the use of pesticides. Pesticides damage the soil. Healthy soils can obviously hold a massive amount of carbon. Eliminating synthetic pesticides and fertilizers would also greatly reduce the use of petrochemicals, right, as the majority of pesticides and fertilizers come from fossil fuels. And in California, right, that represents millions and millions of gallons of fossil fuels every year that could just be left in the ground and not sprayed and drifted and everything simply by getting rid of pesticides and fertilizers. So so the question would be, why is getting rid of pesticides not a priority? Why is that even in the plan at all, right? That it should be the opposite. We should be taking strong action to get rid of them for so many reasons. And lastly, I wanted to ask about carbon capture and storage. If someone could comment on why CCS is in the plan in any shape or form. After decades and billions of dollars, there are no carbon capture successes. What has been tried, it basically took more energy. It basically produced more CO2 than those plants removed. So it's unproven technology. It's not needed. Researchers like Marcy Jakes from Stanford have made it very clear that we already have the technology with solar and wind and everything. We don't need to go down some type of rabbit hole with unproven technology that's just going to prolong fossil fuels and prolong its use. Another thing I want to say about somebody had talked about using biomass for hydrogen, which is just again a terrible way of making hydrogen. The only hydrogen that should be used is green hydrogen using wind, right? Wind energy and air energy. So I didn't know if you guys are going to address, in the plan whether or not green hydrogen should be the only one specified. So sorry for a little rambling there, but I'm very interested in your response. Thank you.
Thanks for the comment. I'm just going to flag that many, if not all of those topics we covered this morning's session. So I will point you to, once we get the recording up, to take a quick look at the recording from the energy modeling that we did with E3, and just to put a finer point on it, in the alternatives that E3 looked at, there is still remaining energy demand across the sectors, whether it's for electricity, diesel, hydrogen, some natural gas. And so as part of that energy modeling, E3 also looked at how do you supply those energy needs that we have as a state, and things like biomass gasification, as well as electrolysis for hydrogen creation. Those are part of that modeling. So I just encourage you to take a look at the morning session. All right, Jordan, next comment.
Thanks, Matt. So the next three will be Hari Lamba, Gail Delahant, and Karen Maki. And Hari, I'm actually not seeing your hand up anymore. I'm not sure if that's intentional. Okay, let's move on to the next person, Gail Delahant. Okay, go ahead and unmute yourself and you can begin.
Yes, Gail Delahant. Thank you. I work for Western Growers Association, and I appreciate the comments here today, especially with regard to the organic versus synthetic fertilizer conversation, and that you will be doing further modeling and investigation on that. You probably understand that farmers need to make a living when they grow our food, and we can't grow enough food organically to make a living in California. So I was wondering if, when you do the scoping plan and in the investigation on this, are you going to include any kind of economic analysis for the land being transitioned from the way it is now to all organic farming, and what that might look like in the future?
Thank you for that. Yes, as part of the scoping plan, we do an economic analysis for the natural working lands. We're working hard to pull that together and then be able to share some of the results in the analysis as part of the next workshop. All right, Jordan.
All right, Karen Maki, you can go ahead.
Hello, this is Karen Mackey. I have a couple questions. One is around soil, and I wanted to know, with regard to forests, are you including soil in your modeling? That's one question. I wasn't sure. And then also, it seems like there's a need to rebuild forest soil by biochar, by maybe compost, by chipping. I think, the nutrients need to be reabsorbed back into the soil. Also, we need that those would also put more carbon into the soil. And then the next question has to do with, my understanding is that we need to have less greenhouse gas emissions in the short term. And so by doing all this thinning and continuing logging as usual, we have this huge spike right now when it needs to be going lower. So if we're going to be doing all this thinning, we should be doing less logging or doing less aggressive logging. And my last question is that a lot of these fires get started by PG&E ignitions. I think that a lot more should be done to, upgrade their equipment. I mean, I think part of the work is with their equipment, not with the forests. So that's all my comments.
Yeah, thanks for the comments. So in our target making for forests, we are including the above and below ground live and dead carbon. So that's what we're including in our target making. In terms of PG&E, that's outside of the scope of the work that we're doing. And then in terms of improved forest management, yes, that is also something that should be taken into consideration when going forward with the scoping plan. So thanks. All right, I think that's all of the hands. So Maureen, I'll kick it back to you.
Sure, and let me jump in just real quickly. I know that we still have some more remaining hands for questions on the natural working lands piece, and I really appreciate everybody's engagement, but we do need to move on to the next item on the agenda. So I want to encourage folks to submit written comments, and also, my contact is obviously on the web, so feel free to reach out if you'd like to schedule some time. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you, Matt. Our next presenter is Tama Carlton. She is an assistant professor at UC Santa Barbara. Together with the Rhodium Group and a collaboration called the Climate Impact Lab, she has been working to better understand climate damages on a community level to help inform the federal updates to the social cost of carbon. The work she is presenting today is related, but it can be used for other purposes besides just the social cost of carbon. This project aims to use the best available scientific evidence on documented impacts of climate change to identify, at the community level, the disparate social and economic damages that may present across California in the face of climate change. Emily Wimberger from the Rhodium Group is also present with us today to answer questions after Tama's presentation. So go ahead, Tama, and please just tell me when to advance the slides.
Great, thank you for that introduction. I was going to say a lot of those things, so thanks so much. I'll just add to that this is a work in progress, so I think we are earlier on in our process than some of the other groups that you've seen today, so we're really looking forward to getting input and feedback on our scope and sort of what we're aiming to do with this project. So we can go to the next slide. Actually, you can go 2 slides ahead. We're just going to start with a big overview. So this work has arisen out of related research that's conducted at the Climate Impact Lab, where I am a member. This is an interdisciplinary collaboration of climate scientists, economists, computer scientists, where we are working to build data-driven estimates of the social cost of carbon. That's the total external cost imposed on society every time we emit 1 ton of carbon dioxide. And as you can see in this sort of graphic here, computing the social cost of carbon involves many different interacting complicated steps. But we're going to focus today on this box in the middle in red called the damage function, where a lot of our work at the Climate Impact Lab focuses. And this is the estimation of the damages from climate change. So how can we quantify what a changing climate looks like for a range of different social and economic outcomes? And so in building estimates of the social cost of carbon, we spend a lot of time thinking about updated state-of-the-art science and methods for getting at these damage functions. And that leads us to producing not just estimates of the social cost of carbon, but also data-driven local level estimates of climate impacts. And so that's sort of the jumping off point for this project, where we want to try to leverage similar science and methodologies and tools from this broader work on the social cost of carbon to look at local level climate impact information across the state of California. Next slide, please. So the premise of this work starts with the simple fact that it's undeniable that California's climate is changing. Sorry, it looks like there's some visual issues with the slides, but I think these will hopefully be available later. So just a few different examples. We can see this manifesting these in many different ways. On the left, we're seeing a map of warming and of annual average temperature changes from early 20th century. And we can see that across the state, temperatures have warmed about 1 degree Fahrenheit. But there's a lot of heterogeneity across the state, and some parts of the state are seeing over 2 degrees of warming since the 20th century, early 20th century. On the right, we can see this manifesting as changing flood risk, where rising flood risk manifests both due to rising sea levels and to changing precipitation patterns. So this means that when we have estimates, as we're seeing in this map from the First Street Foundation of flood risk, these can look very different than more outdated federal flood maps. So these are examples of changing physical climate risks that in general are well documented and very well studied. Next slide. But what we have less comprehensive, detailed level information about is what those physical hazards actually mean for social and economic outcomes for human welfare. So for example, how do rising temperatures lead to changing health outcomes, particularly for vulnerable groups like children and the elderly? How might rising sea levels and changing storm patterns affect our coastal infrastructure, getting in the way of people trying to get to and from work every day across the state? Or how might rising temperatures change the electricity bills that we're facing every single month? And how might that look really different for different individuals for which energy costs may represent a large share of monthly expenditures? So these are some examples of human welfare impacts of these changing physical hazards for which we have some evidence but are much less studied and in particular are not carefully quantified comprehensively across the state. Next slide, please. So there are some existing frameworks for thinking about this translation of changing physical hazards into human welfare impacts, particularly at the federal level, where there's an attempt to think about differential effects across different communities. But what's really important about these existing frameworks is that they don't currently capture differential vulnerability to the same physical event. So let's look at the EPA's report on climate change and social vulnerability and just dig in a little bit into the actual process that's taken here. So first, the researchers estimate the impact of climate change on human welfare in a model that assumes all populations are uniformly vulnerable to the same physical hazard. So an extreme temperature event is modeled as having the same effect on the elderly as it would to sort of a healthy middle-aged individual. The researchers then estimate how likely socially vulnerable groups are to live in locations that may get hit more or less by those physical hazards. And so this slightly gets at vulnerability in terms of thinking about where differently vulnerable groups may be located, but importantly doesn't account for differential effects of the same physical hazard. And we think this is really important because there's been a sort of explosion of recent climate economic research that shows the same physical hazard can have a very different effect on different communities. So for example, in the mortality case, we see that low and high income individuals are very differentially able to respond to a heat event. If you have access to air conditioning and can stay at home during a heat event, you're much more protected than those who have to work outside and or don't have access to air conditioning, for example. And so we think this means that measuring differential vulnerability is really important if we're going to accurately reflect the unequal impacts of climate change within California and beyond the state as well. Next slide, please. So with this project, we are aiming to meet a few different goals. So first, we want to quantify significant climate impacts that affect Californians. And we'll talk about how that first bullet point relates to existing work on this topic in a moment. And then we want to use that research to develop what we're calling a climate vulnerability metric for the state that will achieve 3 goals. First, assess climate change's impact on human welfare across different categories of impact. So actually provide quantitative estimates at local level of the impacts of climate change on human welfare. And we want to, and then the second bullet point, we want to quantify these impacts at the community level. So as I'll be talking about, we'll be reporting estimates at the census tract level, because we really are focused here on capturing inequities in vulnerability to and projected impacts of climate change. And then finally, we want to take these sector-specific impacts, so categories of climate change impact like health or infrastructure or energy, and develop a single metric that can be used to compare impacts across communities. So what the CVM will do will allow us to look at a map of California and really think about differential vulnerability to future climate change. Of course, we want to make these, the data that we develop and our findings public so that it can be used effectively at various different scales of government, ranging from local to potentially federal applications. Next slide, please. So of course, we are contributing here in a landscape in which there are many existing resources that quantify climate change impacts and think about vulnerability to climate change in the state. And so I want to talk through where we think our work really sits in this landscape of existing tools and methods. So in terms of climate change assessments, various different assessments exist. The example you're seeing here on the right comes from the 4th climate change assessment of the state. And these quantify impacts like changes in mortality rates that are caused by extreme heat, or changes in energy costs from the need to use more air conditioning, or maybe loss in hours worked by laborers who have to work outside and are exposed to higher heat conditions. What's really important about our work relative to these existing assessments is that currently the geographic granularity is really limited. So you can see that in these regional categories on the map. And a variety of different policy experts have suggested that census tracts are really what we need if we want to think about differential effects of climate change, and in particular try to understand what climate change will look like for disadvantaged populations. It's really the community scale where we can start to uncover these disparities and potentially inform policy responses to them. Next slide, please. And so geographic granularity is one important dimension where we are hoping to make a contribution, and the other is on the characterization of vulnerability. So existing tools will show physical hazard projections. So for example, extreme heat days or wildfire risks under climate change, potentially at a local level, for example, a county level like you're seeing from CalBRACE on the right. Similar to the framework that the EPA pursued, as I discussed above, these tools will then overlay those physical hazards with social vulnerability indicators. For example, how much of the population is young or in an elderly population group? How many of them don't have health insurance? What's the poverty rate in a given location? Some of the more advanced features may include some measure of adaptive capacity, like air conditioning. But what's really important about these existing tools is they don't quantify the actual physical impacts of climate change on human welfare across these different communities. And as we talked about before, there's a lot of evidence that different populations are differentially able to respond to these events. And so we want to be able to quantify those impacts, accounting for differential vulnerability, and provide tools that'll really allow us to assess differential vulnerability at the community scale. Next slide, please. So to sum up, where we are hoping that, that the CVM can fill some gaps in this existing landscape is to capture differences amongst very diverse populations, incorporating the fact that individuals and communities really differ in their capacity to respond to physical hazards. We will be, as I'll talk about the climate data in a moment, we'll be doing this using climate data that will really allow us to look at daily lived experiences on the ground in a local level, not just on the impact side, but also on the climate science side. We want to then provide localized climate risk information. So this will be at the census tract level again, as I mentioned. And then the goal here is to support targeted resilience and adaptation policies. We need to know where within the state populations are particularly vulnerable in order to think about how we can target funding or other programs to help enable adaptation in the places where we really need it the most. Next slide. So now I want to just talk through a few of the guiding principles that we have been following as we work to develop the CVM. As I mentioned, this is still early stage, so we'll show some very preliminary results, but these are sort of the guiding principles as we work towards building the CVM right now. Next slide. So the first one is to include research and estimates that account for different responses based on key population characteristics. So the way this works is that we estimate in empirical data what's called a dose-response relationship that relates a change in a physical hazard like heat or wildfire events or sea level rise and human welfare outcomes using historical data. So we're learning from historical data about how populations have responded to or suffered from changes in physical hazards. And we'll do this using high resolution climate models that allow us to think about daily conditions in a given location, both today and into the future as climate change progresses. Now, importantly, we are going to use that historical data to estimate in the data how different groups are differentially vulnerable to the same event. And this differential vulnerability, of course, will depend on data availability and on the sector or category of impact, but will include things like socioeconomic conditions, demographic conditions, and climate conditions. So you're seeing an example of what this looks like in the graph on the right, where we're looking at changes in minutes worked per week by by people in the labor market on the y-axis, and daily average temperature, daily maximum temperatures on the x-axis. And so these high-risk workers shown in this orange color display a severe drop-off in their minutes worked per week on those really hot days. These are workers in sectors like construction or mining or agriculture. And in contrast, what we see in the data is that for low-risk workers in tech maybe or in other forms of services, those workers are not nearly as exposed to those temperatures and don't see much of a change in their labor supply as temperatures rise. So this is sort of a data-driven estimate of differential vulnerability when we see that same event, a 40-degree day, leading to very different responses for different groups. Next slide, please. So this can be really important, and in prior work, we've shown that accounting for differential vulnerability can really have an important influence over projected impacts from climate change. You're seeing here from some prior work on the mortality impacts of climate change, projected changes in the death rate across the US at county scale. This is lower resolution than we'll be pursuing in this project. I mean, you're seeing a lot of variation across the country, and that is not only driven by changes in the physical hazards, the fact that the South is going to get warmer than the North, but also by the fact that each individual county is differentially able to respond to those changing climate events. And we found in this work that ignoring that dimension of differential vulnerability can really influence the accuracy of climate change projections, and importantly, how unequal they are in a given location. Next slide, please. So the second guiding principle for this work is to capture daily climate conditions. So we want to be capturing the actual climate events that are experienced on the ground by individuals instead of aggregate measures like the magnitude of warming across the state, the country, or the globe. So we'll be doing this by using probability distributions of high resolution daily climate models that come both from the IPCC as well as more recent research that allows us to fill out the full distribution of possible climate futures. So not just thinking about sort of the middle of the road climate projection, but characterizing what the risks are that we face from very different possible climate futures based on best available climate science. We'll be taking from those climate models daily maximum temperature, daily average surface temperature, as well as a host of other climate variables depending on the sector of interest, and then aggregating those to a census tract level to align with the rest of the project's output at that community level. Next slide, please. Finally, the last sort of guiding principle here is to report climate impacts that are geographically comprehensive, meaning covering the entire state, and granular at the census tract level. So you're seeing an example of preliminary results here on the right showing the estimated impacts of climate change on labor supply in 2050 under a moderate emission scenario. You can see stark heterogeneity across the state in these initial estimates. And the idea with releasing data like you're seeing in the map on the right is that we hope that this data can augment and be compatible with existing resources that we have in California for understanding physical hazards by adding to those changes in physical hazards these measures of human welfare effects. So for example, we're aiming with these outputs to be compatible with things like CalEnviroscreen or ICARB's new Community Vulnerabilities Project. We also will be doing this by using historical climate data with socioeconomic data to identify the effect of daily events. So the idea here is to learn from historical data in generating these projected future impacts. And as we've been talking about, this will account for differences at the community scale in social and economic conditions that are likely to influence the ability of communities to cope with these changing physical hazards that have been identified in other work. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Are you seeing the next steps?
I'm not, but I can, maybe other people are. Basically, I'll just wrap up here by talking about next steps. So as I've mentioned, we are in the middle of this project. So we're still in the process of reviewing the climate economics literature to identify the key categories of impacts where there's sufficient research and evidence for us to comprehensively assess impacts at the census tract level. So importantly, we're looking for literature that allows us to actually quantify differential vulnerability at this community level. Then we're working to develop a method that will allow us to combine impacts across categories. You know, there's lots of precedent for this in Cal and Viroscreen, et cetera. So we're working on learning and building methods for doing that combination. Identifying the emission scenario and time periods to be using when we generate these projected impacts. And then of course, collecting public comments on the methodology and getting input from people like you all to be responsive to the public as we continue to develop this metric. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, Tama, thank you very much for that presentation. I'm just scrolling through here. So we will, just as we have done for the prior sessions, we will begin by asking our EJ Advisory Committee members to raise their hands if they have any comments or want to ask questions, and then we will invite the other attendees. And just as a reminder, to ask a question or make a comment, please use the raise hand function in the GoToWebinar toolbar. And that's located on the right side of your screen. When staff calls your name, please unmute yourself by clicking the red button and proceed to introduce yourself. The red arrow at the top of the toolbar expands the control panel for additional options. So I'm going to ask Trish, my colleague Trish Johnson again, if you can facilitate for looking for members of the EJ Advisory Committee who have their hands raised.
Hi, Maureen, this is Trish. I do not currently see members of the EJ Advisory Committee with hands raised. Just giving it a moment here. Projected on the screen, as Maureen just mentioned, is the ability to raise your hand by opening up the menu on this platform. No, I don't see any hands from EJ Advisor. Oh, here we go. We got Kevin Hamilton. Thank you, Kevin. You should be able to unmute yourself now and begin your comment. You'll have to unmute your microphone.
I think I'm unmuted, right?
Correct. Go ahead.
I didn't want you to think I haven't been paying attention all day, but there's just a lot of information in here, and I feel like it's very difficult to respond to it, at least substantively, without further review. So, but I do appreciate that it's much more complete than it's ever been. And I'm feeling like we're starting to get there with this. So I don't have any specific comments related to the slides other than that. And again, that I feel that's probably some of my colleagues feel the same way, a bit overwhelmed by it, you know, all in sort of one bite here for the whole day. So we'll review, and as the EJAC meets, I'm sure we will have more comments for you. But thanks for the presentation, Tam.
Thank you. I believe that concludes the EJ Advisory Committee comments.
All right, thank you, Trish. I will now turn it over to my colleague, Jordan Ramalingam, and we open it up to public participation. So if anybody has comments or questions, please use the raise hand feature. And Jordan?
Thanks, Marian. So I see that Tom Phillips has his hand up. Tom, go ahead.
Okay, am I on?
Yes, you are.
Oh, great. Hi. Yes, Tom Phillips, Healthy Building Research, working on climate adaptation and resilience for buildings and communities, technical advisor to the Collaborative for High Performance Schools around the country. And I I have one comment that applies to this and the presentation this morning about the climate change modeling. You know, some of these charts, like we saw this morning, and we may see from work coming out of the work this afternoon, has nice simple bar charts, but we know there's a lot of variability in all these models and these various data input and assumptions. So one thing that I think would really help for the public and decision makers is to have some idea of the variability and the sensitivity. In other words, you know, look at both 4.5 and RCP 8.5. I would probably be happier and safer with 8.5 because that's pretty much what's happening, and we're not making much progress in emissions reductions globally. But also in you know, the modeling, I know the Energy Commission picked 4 out of the several models, so they maybe were using an average of the climate model projections for extreme heat and average heat and so on. And that, but even within those models, there's a lot of variability. And then the latest IPCC report confirms, you know, what other people have been seeing, that climate change is changing a lot faster than the models that we're predicting and that we're expecting. So I think we need to lean heavily towards being more protective and conservative in looking at these different scenarios and assumptions, and understand the variability. In terms of sensitivity, it'd be great. You know, I know this is a lot more work to do this, but at least maybe to target a few of the measures and the assumptions that really drive the variability, because if, say, one measure doesn't work out so well, then you know other measures that are more likely to work out well or have a bigger effect on your emissions and your benefits and so on. In terms of climate modeling and impact modeling, I would strongly recommend including humidity and radiant temperature. And that's pretty well known in terms of outdoor exposures and using things like the wet bulb globe temperature for occupational health and safety standards, but it also is useful for indoor exposures, which is another major gap. Indoor exposures aren't addressed, from what I can tell, in in this project so far. But we know that about 2/3 of the deaths from major heat waves occur indoors. We know vulnerable populations spend most of their time indoors, and there's a lot of co-benefits that can be gained by making buildings more safe and resilient for cooling and more efficient in terms of energy burden and so on. And I've submitted various comments before recently and in the past, and there's some good news studies from Canada and UK on evaluating the benefits of reduced mortality by weatherizing homes in terms of and also I think they've looked at jobs as well. And the let's see, I think in terms of extreme heat days, if you're using something like CalAdapt, they kind of arbitrarily set a certain definition, but I would like to see other cutoffs used, because we know from some of the epidemiology data that we're seeing increased, say, hospitalization at much lower levels, where we see it down, say, in the 80 degrees rather than, you know, the 90, 95 degrees, where you start to see increased mortality. So that's hospitalization is also, I think, another thing that should be included here. It's done pretty routinely for these kinds of health impact assessments. Productivity would be great to include, but in terms of indoor productivity, we know that heat affects student performance and office worker performance. I think maybe, I don't know if we have enough good data to estimate that yet, but we could at least mention it qualitatively as a major impact. And let's see, outages, power outages. That's something that has become much more frequent and severe. I think that would be worth looking at in terms of resilience and survivability. and the benefits there of improving the cooling efficiency of our buildings and the grid reliability. Thank you.
Do I jump in now, Maureen? Just
yes, please, if you'd like to respond, go ahead.
Yeah. Lots in that question, so thank you, or set of comments. Thank you so much. I tried to write them all down, so I hope I can touch on all of them. Before I dive in, I do just want to say briefly to the speaker before, these slides will be posted and there's a 2-week comment period. So I totally appreciate that we just threw a lot of information really quickly, and I would really hope that maybe with some more time to look at those slides, I'd love to hear feedback as we go forward. Okay, so now for these comments, let me try to go through them. On the first one on emission scenarios and climate model variability. So one of the sort of key tenets of our work here is to take uncertainty in the climate system very seriously. So we'll be generating these projections with 33 different climate models where we ensure that climate model distribution matches the most recent IPCC report on expected climate sensitivity. So we are making sure to include in those set of models that do get out to the tails of probability distribution that suggest we may see much more rapid warming than sort of the middle of the road climate model projects. And all of those climate models will be present in our modeling exercise, and we'll be representing that uncertainty as a part of the results. So I really appreciate that point, and I do think that's very important to characterize. Your point about RCP 4.5 and 8.5 is well taken. We are actively working to figure out for at least the main set of results which scenario we should emphasize. So we appreciate that comment, and we'll bring that into our decision-making process. That initial result was 4.5, but that key decision is still hasn't been made. On humidity and radiant temperature, wet bulb globe temperature, these are really great points. And of course, there's a really large literature showing us that the relationship between things like WBGT and health outcomes as well as productivity. The key, I'll probably say this multiple times in response to your comments about key sectors to include. What's really important for the CVM and the scope that we've set out here is our ability to generate comprehensive projected impacts across the state that account for differential vulnerability. And so recently we have begun to get high resolution projections of humidity into the future. But historically, while we've understood that historic relationship between humidity and key outcomes of interest very well, we haven't had reliable projections of humidity going forward. I think that is changing actively in the climate science literature. And so we increasingly do have those estimates, but that potentially could be a restriction on whether we will be able to include humidity-based outcomes or not, and that will go into our process of reviewing the literature and whether we can or we cannot. I want to make a comment about the indoor exposure. So, and this relates to your comment about CalAdapt and sort of assumptions about heat thresholds. So this approach takes a data-driven methodology to estimating these relationships. So that means we're actually using data about death rates and a suite of different climate conditions and measuring in the data at what temperatures do we see death rates rise. And so it is ambient temperature, relating ambient temperature to death rates in the actual data, but by allowing that relationship to modulate depending on socioeconomic or demographic conditions in a location, we may be able to capture the fact that some populations are more insulated by staying inside than others. And so that may be, that will be baked into our results in some sense, in that we actually see the real empirical relationship between a change in temperature and the death rate, although we may not be actually able to measure indoor temperature exposure. So I think we're probably getting at some of your concern in that area, definitely not all of it because we don't have comprehensive indoor monitors everywhere. But I want to make clear that those, the thresholds at which we see death rates rise come from the data, not from a pre-existing assumption about a threshold. And one of the key findings in our preliminary results, and this has been shown in a lot of the epidemiological literature as well, is that threshold of when we start to see health effects can be very dependent on community and on location. And we see that in our data. It's not the same threshold for everybody, and that's a key component of our differentiated vulnerability in this project. On just a couple more responses. So student performance is a really, really important area, and that's high up on our to-do list and included in our review. I want to highlight Jisung Park at UCLA has some really great work on this, and there actually is some comprehensive evidence of student performance and temperature. There, it's just going to be a question of whether we can get access to the data behind that work to include it comprehensively across the state, accounting for, importantly, differential air conditioning in schools. So as you might imagine, access to AC really changes that student performance relationship, and we need access to that data to be able to include that in this kind of analysis. And then I think overall, I'll just say again, we are actively working to review the different sectors that we can conduct, we can include in this initial round of the CVM. And so I take your point on power outages and a few other sectors that we will definitely look into. And again, the criteria here are that we need to be able to comprehensively measure those impacts and differentiate vulnerability at the community level. And those will sort of be our guiding lights as we wade through this literature, but really appreciate the mention of additional sectors to make sure that we consider. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Tama. Next, we have Richard Grow. Richard, you have to unmute on your end, and then you can go ahead.
Great, thank you. And that was a very impressive and exciting presentation. And I feel like I missed something here, so pardon me if my question seems so basic, but this was the third presentation, and it feels to me like there's something missing between the first and the second and this one. And it goes to this dealing with climate vulnerability, and vulnerability is a function of humidity and heat, flooding, things like that. My question, and it might belong more with CARB than the climate lab, although anybody who has an answer would be appreciated. Lacking all the climate vulnerability data, don't we already have quite a bit of information on vulnerability as a function of exposure to pollutants and hazardous pollutants and things like that? And I guess what I'm getting at, part of what was really exciting about this was seeing a determination to get down to the census tract and the community, the ability to look between various communities. And I think I've heard a number of folks, including myself, during the whole scoping plan process asking, without going as far as climate vulnerability, but just going to vulnerability to exposure to fine particulate and hazardous pollutants, air pollutants, things like that. Isn't there the ability already to look at the vulnerability at a census tract, community by community level? And this is a question for CARB, I guess, but again, anybody else wants to answer it. And I'm thinking we all think that ability might exist now. If not, why not? And if we could do it, shouldn't it be being done during the comparison of the alternative scenarios rather than afterwards? But again, apologies if the question seems so basic, but I feel like there was sort of an in-between step here when we leapt to climate vulnerability where we could have just talked about pollutant vulnerability. But any thoughts from CARB or anybody on that?
Yeah, this is Rajinder with the Air Resources Board, and I can take that question. There is a difference between the presentations that you heard earlier in the day and this last one, because the ones earlier in the day are tied directly to the actions that we would take to achieve carbon neutrality and actions that we're looking at in scenarios for the industry and energy sectors and the natural working lands. But one of the other commitments that we had made in the last scoping plan was to try and better understand the impacts from climate change. And that was the social cost of carbon that we used back in 2017, which was an Obama era value. And during the time since then, there was that changeover in the federal administration. No work was done to update that social cost of carbon. And what we learned of under the Biden administration was that UCSB, other groups and academics out there, Rhodium, all of them were looking at how to better identify and quantify impacts of climate change so that we could get a better estimate of the social cost of carbon. And using the social cost of carbon is required in the scoping plan under AB 197. So from that perspective, this work is tied to the AB 197 requirements, not necessarily the modeling that we did earlier today. What we're seeing here is that, you know, GHGs are a global pollutant, but because of differences between living conditions, socioeconomic status, health vulnerabilities, and other extenuating circumstances in communities across the state, even if you have a global pollutant that causes a global rise in temperature, you can have very different responses in different groups. And in trying to do that work to feed into the national discussion, this interim data and this interim work allows us to think about not just what the social cost of carbon can be using the global models and the global data, but is there a larger social cost of carbon to communities in California, and which communities are those? And so it's exciting from the standpoint that we now get to think about the social cost of carbon, continuing that theme that it never encompassed all of the damages that we knew it needed to encompass, but now we actually have a way to think about it using the work that Tama talked about in California to understand how resiliency and community investment and community support could be structured when we now understand that some communities are going to respond differently to a global change in climate than other communities. So it is an interim product in the work that was being done for that national social cost of carbon work, but it's very, very important to the work that we said we wanted to look at for California when the last scoping plan was done, which was trying to understand on a community level, are there different impacts to different groups and different regions of the state?
Thank you, Rajinder. I see Leonard Seitz with your hand up. Go ahead, Leonard.
Oh, I guess I am unmuted, right?
You are unmuted. I can hear you.
Okay, good. One of the things I want to suggest is that humidity be measured in terms of dew point, because that's a less variable measure of humidity. If you take the percent humidity, you end up with large tables measuring the effect of humidity and temperature combined, whereas you can capture the effects by using dew point and temperature. Another issue is another effect of global warming is flooding, and so far I haven't heard any discussion of that. I do work for Caltrans, but and we get worried about flooding of transportation facilities quite a bit. So related to that, I wanted to ask the question whether ARB is planning to have a amphibicar standard sometime soon to avoid the flooding issues of global warming.
I'll come in here on flooding, and I apologize if my presentation wasn't clear, but both inland and coastal flooding are currently key sectors that we think should be feasible to include in the CVM given the existing research. So right now that is definitely in the plan, both on the coast and in terms of inland flooding based in rivers, river-based flooding.
All right, Maureen, I don't see any other hands up right now. I guess we could check one more time. Does anyone else have questions or comments they'd like to make? Please raise your hand if so. Okay, Maureen, I'm going to turn it back to you.
All right, thank you, Jordan. Let me just remind everybody that we do have a written comment docket open. You can see the link on the slide, and the link is also in on our webpage more directly. Oops, excuse me. So I guess we will close a little early. Thank you to all the presenters today. I think it was a lot of information, and hopefully people are beginning to see the scoping plan coming together. We encourage you to continue to stay engaged through this process. On this slide here, you can see the link to our scoping plan webpage, and please submit your written comments by April 4th. And thank you for your participation today. We hope to see you at the next scoping plan workshop. Have a good afternoon.